District 1, Councilman Rios.
Present.
District 2, Councilman Leatham.
Present.
District 4, Vice Mayor Stapleton.
Here.
District 5, Councilwoman Giles.
Here.
District 6, Councilman Shipley.
Here.
Mayor Gameros.
Here.
We have a quorum, Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Sally. Charlie, can you do the invitation, please?
Sure. Lord, be with all the families and all the folks in our community that are struggling through this whole illness, and especially with all our first responders and our safety personnel, and just indeed anyone that has to go out there and go to work with the public every day. Keep the safety net wide open for everyone. In Jesus' name.
Amen.
Amen.
Can you please do the pledge? I pledge allegiance to the
flag of the United States and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Next on the agenda is the summary of current events. And we'll start with you, Charlene.
I just have a few things. I'd like to thank everyone that was out there over the 4th of July weekend. We had, of course, our public safety, our fire, and our police, and everybody who drives the ambulance and brings out all the rest of us that are buying our hot dogs at the Safeway. Thank you for being there for all of us. And we also had public works guys out there working, cleaning the parks and the restrooms. So thank you to all of them. And then I thought it was really interesting that we don't hear anything about the senior center. You know, we know they're out there, and we know that they're giving the meals out the back door through this whole pandemic. But I spoke with Frank Ogden the other day, and he drives for the Meals on Wheels program. He drives for the city, and he gave out 1,440 meals in the month of June. 1,440. That's a insane amount. It sure is, and we'd sure like to thank him and for everybody that makes that possible for us to be able to give those meals. I don't know all the partners involved there, but it's really important to her. Some of our residents don't see anyone but Frank. They don't see another soul but Frank when he brings them their lunch. So. And they miss him on the weekends. So thank you so much to Frank for being the stellar employee that he is.
Jesse?
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I too just want to thank all the first responders. With everything going on, we get a detailed list of significant incidents in Globe, and Chief Walters, your staff's doing great. Your officers are doing amazing. So thank you, and so are yours, Chief. Thank you. And John, Jerry, I want to thank you guys for putting up those flags downtown. They look awesome. So,
Go ahead.
Mr.
Mike, I don't think your mic's on.
I'm sorry?
Your mic.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I just, want to wish everybody well. With this pandemic, it's such a roller coaster for everybody, and more so with our essential workers because you do have to be out there in the field and mingling to provide services to the rest of the community who, for the most part, are hunkered down. And so I just want to wish all of you well. Take care of yourselves. Practice all the safe guidelines that the rest of the world is trying to do, and I just wish the best for you, and I want to thank you sincerely for all the work that you do to support our citizens during this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Kirby. Mike?
Thank you, Mayor. First of all, I'd like to thank the chief of the police department for two things: the radar out there by the Social Security office on Ash, perfect place to put it. I I travel that corridor constantly, and traffic has slowed down. My only request would be is you put it on the other side of the roads the next time to slow the people going out of town, because that corridor is pretty speedway. Oh, good. Yeah, it's been. Yeah, it's been a plus. I've noticed the trucks, everybody just slowing down a little bit, and it's really nice not to have to ease out there and worry about somebody hitting you from as you ease onto the into the flow of the traffic. So I appreciate that. The other thing is, a friend of mine had an incident in his neighborhood yesterday. Called the police department or filed a complaint with somebody. Police went up and took care of it. And he said, as he observed the policemen, women, I think, that handled the incident, they did a very professional job, and he was very pleased to see how it worked out for everybody in the neighborhood. So just a heads up for that. And also, John, I want to thank you for the work that your guys have been doing up there in my district, doing some striping and some speed limit postings and stuff like that. Some of my constituents have been very pleased that that's happened. The speed bumps especially, they were pretty bad, but they look really nice now. So I appreciate that work, and if you'll let the crews know, I appreciate it. Thank you. That's all.
Thank you, Mike. Fernando?
Couple of things. I just wanted to. I'm also on the hospital board, and I know that we have several people that are taking care of COVID patients, and I just want to put my heart and prayers out to them, and as they're serving these people that are in a lot of need, and so just keep them in your heart and prayers. The other is Thea is doing a fundraiser for the dog park, and she's going to be at the farmers market, I believe Saturday morning. So if anybody has anything homegrown or home baked that they would like to donate to the dog park fundraising efforts, she would probably appreciate that. And so you probably want to just get it there pretty early. And but all the proceeds from all the donations will go directly to the dog park. And that's it.
Thank you, Fernando. I'll go ahead and go before you, Mayor, okay?
You got it.
Okay. I just have a few things I want to bring up. First of all, I want to apologize for my absence. I was gone the entire month of June. My better half had massive surgery, and she's actually still recovering from that. So I want to thank everybody for excusing me for that month, and thank you for keeping her in your prayers, and please continue to do so. The second thing is I want to wish a belated birthday to Charlene Giles. July 11th.
Oh,
It was your birthday. Happy birthday.
it was. I was 37.
30. Oh, me too.
Wow.
Plus 20 years. Plus 20 years.
And Jesse, your birthday was yesterday.
Thank you.
Happy birthday, guys.
And Jesse was first.
Big 30. I don't even remember 30. And then I want to shout out to PD. You guys have done a tremendous job. I see you guys every day. Thank you for everything that you guys do. The patrolling is fantastic. I see more cops out there all the time. Keep up the good work, guys. And over the holiday, too, it was fantastic to see you guys cruising. So thank you. Appreciate it, Chief. And pass that word along. And then, being that I own a business, this whole mask thing that we're going through, I want to thank everybody for participating. I'm not really good at it, but I try. But when it all first started, probably 30 or 40% of my customer base wore masks. And I talked to Paul about it, and I told him I'm not going to police the front door, being that we were shut down for 2 months. And he agreed that was fine. But now, just an update on that, I would say 85 to 90% of the people are wearing masks. So it's working, I believe. I'm just hoping that they don't shut restaurants down again. but we're ready if they are. So I obviously haven't heard anything. So, and then I have a letter from fire. I want to shout out to the fire department. I'll read this letter that I have. We had a tanker incident on July 12th. On Sunday, July 12th, Gold Fire and Tri-City Fire assisted the Arizona Department of Public Safety Hazardous Materials team with a fully loaded fuel tanker that left the roadway on Highway 77 and rolled into a ravine. The truck was carrying approximately 8,000 gallons of fuel. The incident posed an extreme risk to responders in several ways. The risk of the fuel igniting was extremely high, as well as the potential for a wildland fire due to the extreme fire danger present. In addition, because of the extreme temperatures, first responders, especially those having to work in protective gear, were at great risk for heat-related illnesses. Ultimately, it was determined that the only way to mitigate the major hazards was to have hazardous material techs open all the ports and the pop-up of the tank and then use heavy equipment to turn over and allow the fuel to drain out of the tanker. Operations for Globe Fire and Tri-City Fire included providing vapor suppression and pre-treatment of both the fuel and surrounding vegetation with a firefighting agent to help prevent ignition. Technical rope systems for hazardous material techs, access to the truck, and rescue operations. On-scene medical evaluations and treatment for personnel. Approximately 10 individuals were treated for heat-related conditions with no transports. Other resources that responded to the scene were DPS, ADOT, ADEQ, Heavy Towing Company, private hazardous materials response companies, trucking company resources, representatives from FDC Rescue with a fire suppression agent. In a total, operations lasted approximately 15 hours. So a shout out to Globe Fire, Gary. Make sure you pass that along to all your firefighters that were there and your fire department. And if you could pass that along to the other agencies that assisted. Thank you very much. And that's all I have, Mayor. You're next.
Thank you, Mike. First of all, I want to thank Vice Mayor Stapleton for filling in for me today because of my circumstances. I personally can't be there. So thank you, Mike, for that. I also want to thank all our departments in our city working through this difficult times. Also, everyone is really doing an amazing job and stressed out. Public works, fire and police for exposures on a regular basis to possible COVID reports that we read with police and the high call volume with high risk calls and people and they're coming in contact with is amazing. And again, fire, I'm glad you brought that up. 15 hours on the scene is a long time to eat. And also to our hospital, our healthcare workers. I know our patients are increasing and doing an amazing job, and we thank them for their service to our community. I also want to give a thanks to Resolution Copper. During this COVID time, they have some investments that they put back into our community. I understand they gave Culver Valley Youth Club $12,000. Gila House Domestic Violence Safe Home, they gave them $20,000. And they also donated PPE, I guess, which was dropped off at City Hall for city workers also to utilize. That's all I have, Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. On to you, Paul.
Mr. Vice Mayor, members of council, thank you. The COVID pretty much has dominated us for the past 4 months. I think the funny thing is everybody, set their COVID appointments and COVID material up on calendars, and they put them out like 4 months, and now they're all expiring, but it's not over. So we all thought it'd be cleared up. we still meeting the COVID command team twice a day. I think we sent out the council matrix for looking for possible exposures, and that's kind of stuff we do. Sent that out last night. We're very proud of all the employees, both the employees that get on that team and the line people who have to, have the temperature taken and space out their start areas and wear the masks and be careful, especially public works in the heat, mask and heat, especially this extreme heat, and everybody out there driving around and it's tough, but no one complains. They suck it up, they do their job, they perform for the city. Be very proud of every last employee the city has done their part and stepped up. So I just want to share that with council. The only other thing I wanted to share was just a little bit on communication tonight. We do have a council cell phone that the number's in there. The proper protocol for communicating with the city on the cell phone is to text the cell phone and then ask, state what agenda item and/or call the public that you want to share, and then we will call you. I guess it's a little difficult that we just can't have. We're not going to be allowed to just answer the phone during the meeting. If you text us ahead of time, or even during that, when we get the right time, we'll call you back, and that way we have a good flow of the meeting. So especially if you want to speak to the agenda item, or during this the special meeting and the public hearing within the special meeting, within the regular council meeting, just text us ahead of time, and then we'll call you back and weave you into the meeting at the appropriate time. But per our protocol, we will share every bit of information and allow you access to anything we want. We want to have transparency. But if you call, we probably won't answer. We'll just text you back and try to coordinate that way. At least Shelley will be doing that. So, Mr. Vice Mayor, I got a little sign. Mr. Vice Mayor. Mr. Vice Mayor, no offense, Mayor. Mr. Vice Mayor, members of council, that's all I have for you.
Thank you, Paul.
Thank you.
That number, did you say that number? I have it right here.
Yes.
It's 928-200-0154, correct?
So that is the number to text if you want to be called.
And then also, if you would like to email instead of the phone call, which I think would be preferred, correct?
Yes.
That would be council@globeaz.gov.
Yes. And Danny, myself, and Shelley has those that open, and we can read from that.
Okay. Thank you. Next on the agenda is the community call to the public. We usually have the cards in the back, but nobody's here, so we won't have those.
We do have, I think we have 3 for the community call to the public. And Shelley, at this point, do you want to read them in order of receipt?
Yes, sir, Mr. Vice Mayor. We have a request from Jenny Sunny, and she says, greetings. She was cruising through the posted City of Globe jobs and noticed the Development Services Director job. 2 things seemed odd. 1, the job was posted on this past Friday, and the budget is being voted on tomorrow, Tuesday. 2, while this could be a good expansion for the City of Globe if the economy was booming, the economy is doing poorly, and many Globe citizens are either not getting a paycheck or working less hours. They would be hard-pressed to manage a tax increase. This leaves me wondering why the Globe Mayor and Globe City Council members are so blind to the economic difficulties of many citizens. With benefits, this job will cost us from $80,000 to $99,000+ per year at a time when many folks are struggling to make ends meet. Where would this money come from? Could we please hold off on this hire until our citizens are back to work and can better afford the support of another administrator? After reading the detailed description of this new position of Development Services Director, I am wondering how these tasks have gotten done up to now. Don't we have someone doing code enforcement, assessing building plans, and the communication, planning, and administrative work outlined in this job description? Please, Globe Mayor and Globe City Council, at a time when we are being savaged by COVID-19, do not add another financial burden to us taxpayers. Sincerely, Jenny Sunny.
Okay. And Mr. Vice Mayor and members of the council, we cannot respond to that. I can follow up, but I do believe that this was part of the conversation as a budget. It is related to the budget, and so I can speak to that as part of the budget presentation further into the meeting.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you, Paul.
Thank you.
Mr. Vice Mayor, we also have a request from Tracy Quick. And she says, hello all, Tracy Quick from the Huddle here, and after having gone online to see if it's the correct Tuesday for a council meeting, I decided to browse the Globe website and came across the job openings. I see that there is a new posting for Development Services Director that looks like it would be a pretty exciting job to have. I, however, question how we can be expanding our city government payroll at a time when there are businesses such as mine struggling to pay the taxes to the city that would be used to create this position. I also wonder why one of the top requirements isn't that the applicant be willing to become a full-blown resident in the city they would be serving. The job entails so much that would affect our city for years to come. It seems that if the city goes forward with filling this position, that they should want someone that wants to be a part of the city, totally invested along with the rest of us that love living here so much. My 2 cents, Tracy.
And again, Mr. Vice Mayor, can't respond directly to that, but I believe it's along the same point and probably be addressed. And I can also follow up with both of these afterwards.
I was going to say, can you follow up with these?
Yes, I will follow up with both.
Yourself?
Personally.
Give them a call personally? Okay.
I will.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor, we have one more.
Okay.
From Tom Walsh. He has 3 questions. One, I watched the council meetings online and thank you for your transparency. Is it possible to place current council meeting agendas over the spinning globe prior to the meeting? Question number 2, can you provide background information on the new Development Services Director position? Is this position in the new budget? Is the compensation gap between upper management new hires and hourly new hires getting wider? Third, what is the city policy on employee compensation if workload and responsibilities have been reduced?
So, Mr. Vice Mayor, I can address a lot of that goes deep into HR issues, so we won't be able to address those in the budget. But I can address those personally with the person.
I think we'd appreciate that. So we'd appreciate that if you did reach out to these individuals.
Yes, I will. I will do that personally.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you, Paul.
Thank you.
Next on the agenda is special presentations and ceremonial matters. Presentations, proclamations, awards, guest introductions, and announcements. 3A, Chief Walters will announce the promotion of Sergeant Jeffrey Overton, and Judge Perlman will not be able to attend. So, Chief, you're on.
Good evening, Council. Vice Mayor Stapleton, Mayor Gameros, and Council. It is my absolute honor tonight to introduce you to the final piece of the puzzle for patrol for the City of Globe. Last council meeting, I talked about becoming fully staffed and fully deployed as of this last Saturday, July 11th. And the final piece to the puzzle for patrol was that added 4th position of supervisor. And Jeff Overton, I'm happy to report, was selected to the sergeant process and is the newest fully deployed patrol sergeant for the City of Globe. So, Jeff, would you please stand up in front? And you can take that off if you're up. Just don't get too close to council. And I need a family volunteer to hold the Bible for you. Jeff, real quick, would you like to introduce the rest of your family and guests?
Great.
So if you raise your right hand and repeat after me, I state your name.
I, Jeff Overton,
Do solemnly swear that I will support the Constitution
do solemnly swear to support the Constitution
of the United States and the Constitution and laws of the State of Arizona,
of the United States and law of the State of Arizona,
that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same,
bear true faith and allegiance to the same,
and defend them against all enemies,
defend them all enemies,
foreign and domestic,
foreign and domestic,
and that I will faithfully and impartially discharge the duties of police sergeant
I will faithfully and
impartially discharge the duties of
discharge
police
the
sergeant
duties of police sergeant
according to the best of my ability, so help me God.
according to my best ability, so help me God.
Congratulations.
Welcome.
Good to have you.
Okay, next on the agenda is 3B. Mayor Gameros will provide an update on the City of Globe's emergency declaration requiring the wearing of face coverings while in public spaces for the purpose of the COVID-19 mitigation efforts. Mayor?
You're muted.
Can't hear you, Mayor.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. As we know, on June 22nd, I signed a proclamation that mandated that masks be worn in public places. Since then, I think our compliance has totally increased, as noticed by you, Vice Mayor, in your restaurant. I have noticed in Fry's and Walmart that more people are wearing them. Instead of 50-50, I think we're still around the 80-90%. We still have those pockets that are not wearing the mask. And I commend Code Enforcement Michelle Yerkovich. I know she's gone out to some of these businesses to reinforce the proclamation. And it doesn't just have to be the big businesses. It's the smaller businesses that we also want to enforce it in, like the AMPM, the Wendy's, the smoke shop, stuff like that. We should be wearing those in there, in those business places. We have to comply with what we're learning from our health officials, from science, and from data telling us that wearing a mask will stop the spread of the virus. That's all we have at this point. You know, Arizona has exceeded 125,000 cases. It's totally out of control. Maricopa being the biggest one. In Globe, Miami, and Claypool, that's the ones I monitor the most and have charts to go along with it. Since July 1st, we've been averaging about 2 positive cases a day. Although today we had a 10 number between the 3 communities for whatever reason. Could have been the weekend, could have been the 4th of July. Don't really know, but we had 10, so that brought our number up a little bit. So we're really doing pretty well as far as Globe, Miami, and Claypool. San Carlos continues to see a spike, and they're separated in the reporting records that go to the state. As we know, Gila County is at 331 cases, and Payson is seeing a high spike in the last couple of weeks, and mainly in one of their nursing homes where they've also experienced a lot of deaths in that facility. So what our plan is, we sat down and talked about it, and I've been in communication with Linda, Economic Development, and her department. They are developing some banners that are going to be placed on the bridges, the 8 bridges on both ends of Globe, on both sides. Again, reminding people about the Mask Up Globe and the proclamation that was signed. We're also going to increase our visibility as far as putting larger posters or whatever it takes to get all our businesses into compliance. So this is what we're going to be doing in the next 2 weeks to try and just increase our advertisement and our education to get more people to comply. And like I said, the banners are going to be for more of the people that are coming from out of town, that are coming from areas that it isn't mandated. They need to understand when they come to our community, they will wear a mask or should wear a mask when they come into our businesses. And I've been in communication with Mayor Gonzalez in Miami. They're also talking about putting banners. I talked to Chairman Rambler. They're going to put some more advertisement up as far as on their end. So we just, as a community, as Globe, Miami, San Carlos communities, we want to increase our awareness of the proclamation. Let's slow this down so we don't have to shut down our restaurants and all our businesses and get another stay-at-home order. So that's our plan for the next couple of weeks, and then we'll reevaluate again and see if we need to go further with some more deeper enforcement. Thank you, Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. Next is 3C, Globe Public Library Phased Reopening Plan. Adria?
I'm here to share with you the phase reopening plan for Globe Public Library, which has been adapted from the recommendations made by the Public Library Association in response to COVID-19. Okay, so phase 1 is staff reopening. Phase 1 involves opening the library to the staff only, and the library is completely closed to the public. When the Globe Public Library was in phase 1, we did a complete inventory of the library and performed a 72-hour quarantine with all materials returned from the drop-offs. As per the reopening archives, libraries, and museums, realm information of COVID-19 research projects. We also began packing and distributing 100+ lunches Monday through Friday from March 17th to the present. Phase 2 is curbside reopening. Phase 2 involves opening the library to curbside services, so delivering books and DVDs through drive-through systems. Globe Public Library is currently in phase 2. While in this phase, we also do virtual programming for people of all ages. Continue to pack and serve the lunches, and act as a community resource by answering the phones and guiding people to the help they need. One example is encouraging people to shop local and access places like Oasis Printing for their copying, printing, and faxing needs. Phase 3 is the library by appointment reopening. And in this phase, it involves the library being opened up by appointment for up to 1 hour. Up to 4 patrons are allowed inside the building by appointment only to complete activities such as using the computer, faxing, self-servicing copies, browsing the stacks, and providing assistance from a distance. Masks and social distancing are required. Hand washing is encouraged. Frequent cleaning of the library takes place, and items continue to be quarantined. Then you can see in phase 4, it's the walk-through reopening. And phase 4 involves allowing people into the library without an appointment being necessary, but still holds people to 1 hour of time a day. There will be a limit to the number of people allowed, and it's 2 patrons per 1,000 square feet with a maximum of 8 patrons at a time. This will allow for the continuation of social distancing. Masks and social distancing are required. Hand washing is encouraged. Frequent cleaning of the library takes place. And again, items continue to be quarantined. In phase 5, that would be a full reopening of the library. Library operations can go back to in-person programming, and all of the other activities and resume that were pre-COVID-19. These 5 phases give a general overview. They do not cover every instance nor every situation. They are guiding phases, and the Globe Public Library will continue to work with the City of Globe COVID-19 command team to set timelines for phases and work out details from phase to phase as necessary. As a Globe Public Library, we work hard to continue serving the public no matter the circumstances. We're proud to be a community resource, and by opening in phases, we are working to not become a community hotspot. Thank you. Does anyone have any questions?
Mr. Mr. Vice Mayor and members of council, just before we go to questions, I just wanted to add one little piece to the puzzle here. The COVID team reviewed this the library presentation and their phasing, and we're very supportive of the phasing. The key question is, when do we move out of 2 and when do we go to 3, 4, and 5? And in the breaking point is from bringing people into the building. And after a long discussion, and we pushed pretty hard on doing a mid-July or 1st of August, we voted unanimously to do a look at it 1st of August and determine a date then. So what I can tell you right now is our recommendation is that we revisit this depending on how things go, either the last week in July, 1st of August, and decide when we want to open up for reservations, which would be phase 3. So that's the recommendation by our COVID team, the incident team. So from there, I just wanted to share with that until you can go to questions.
Thank you, Paul. Mike?
Yes, Adria, do you do temperature testing on your employees right now as they go to work?
Right now we don't, but we have the thermometer. We're just waiting for it to be delivered.
Okay. And then when you go into phase 3 and 4 and people start coming in, you plan on checking their temperatures?
So that's part of the details that I would be working with the COVID command team to work out.
Because I know I went for an appointment to the eye doctor. They made me wait at the door, and then when I was able to walk in a little bit more, they did a temperature check on me. I was kind of surprised that they did that, but I thought it was a good thing, you know. She said I was too hot, but I sat down in the chair, and 2 minutes later I was okay. So, and then the other question I have, heat-wise, okay, heat-wise. The other question, the materials that get quarantined for 72 hours, do you treat them in any way, even like before you put them back into the library, or like wipe the books down or spray them? Or
So if you add certain chemicals to the covers of books, it will actually deteriorate the cover of the book and the protection on the book. So according to this study that was done, 72 hours is the proper protocol. So when we take the books out of the drop box every day with our masks and our gloves. We have boxes, just cardboard boxes. We mark the date on there, and then we do not touch them for 72 hours. They sit and wait. Once 72 hours have passed, then we do check them in.
Okay, so you just leave them right there in the library, or do you put them in?
They're in their own contained cardboard box.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions? Fernando, Mayor?
Vice Mayor, just
Jesse?
how many of those kits did you end up getting with the grant that you wrote? The COVID kits?
I believe we received 10. We received 10 kits, but there were individual pieces in each kit. So right now I have, about 60 bottles of hand sanitizer that just got delivered the other day. I have about, I want to say at least 400 disposable masks, maybe a little bit more. So we did get that first part of the grant with some of that PPE in it.
Amazing. So you're getting ready for those phases.
Yes.
Awesome. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions? All right, Adria, thank you.
Vice Mayor.
Yes, sir, Mayor.
Yeah, I just want to thank Adria for that work on that plan to hopefully in the future open the library. Thank you very much, Adria.
Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, the next item is item D. Presentation to update council on progress made to date regarding the repairs of the box culvert at Cottonwood and Broad Street and Globe. Jerry?
Mr. Vice Mayor, Mr. Mayor, members of council. Councilman Pastor, I feel for you. I know what it's like to say I'm too hot. So this has been a process. In July of 2019, I think we kind of did a pretty good outline in the attached documents that we put in your packet. But in July of 19, during the construction of the rehab for Broad Street, we had a pickup broom go through the box culvert there, Cottonwood and Broad. In investigating it, we found that the box culvert was deficient, so it had no reinforcing steel in it, and what little was around the perimeter was rusted out. So it was hard to hold the contractor accountable for that. So we decided that the city would petition to have it the repairs made part of the contract, which we were approved, and that commenced a year-long battle on what funding we used and who designed it, and as you can see through all the documents that I attached. But we finally went to an escalation last Thursday, wasn't it, Paul? Yeah, Thursday. And we had taken it to the district engineer's level and the city manager's level. And so we sat in here with the contractor, and we decided on a price, and that price is $92,844. Of that $92,000, $73,000 of that is federally funded, and the rest is will be shouldered by the city. We put in $65,000 out of the contingent budget for this project. We think we'll use about $20,000 of that, just under $20,000 of that. But we haven't built it yet, so if we run into a problem, we might dip a little deeper into that $65,000. But it's already been put in the budget. I wanted to tell you where we were. We thought the original numbers of $120,000 was too much. We battled that down to 92, and we think even though we would have liked to have been a little lower, they would have been a lot higher. So we think we're in a good place. I sent the emails off today, assuring that we would pay the local share. I sent that off to ADOT so we could get the paperwork going. So we probably will look at construction probably next week or the week after, and it'll take probably 2 weeks for it to be constructed. And then what we are responsible for beyond that is the asphalt work. The contractor wanted $35,000 to put in the asphalt, and we decided that was too much, and so we'll do it ourselves for probably $3,000 or $4,000. And so what our plan is right now is a backfill with AB, put in cold mix, and then our next hot mix contract, we'll mill it back out and then patch it with hot mix. So save some money that way. And it's on the corner, it's out of the driving lane. So that's our plan, and I know that we've gotten a lot of questions from council on that, and I wanted to update you on what's going on there. It's a year-long battle, but it's within reach right now, so I will take any questions that you have on that. John, did you want to add anything to it, or? Okay.
Any questions?
I have a comment.
Go ahead, Freddie.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Jerry, looking at your timelines, I can appreciate all the going back and forth that you did and your team, negotiating, renegotiating, going back, taking it back to the drawing board, and working with all the agencies, the contractors and the subcontractors, and kudos to your team, because year long trying to put a project in place can get frustrating. And
it worked out well because it was out of the driving lane, and John was able to plate it and protect it. So that gave us the capability of sitting back and having being in a good place for negotiation.
Right. Well, anyway, congratulations to you and your team.
I have a question just out of curiosity, actually, Jerry. How far does that culvert go up east of that intersection?
East of the intersection.
Does it go up Cottonwood or?
No,
it doesn't.
It just goes right there beyond the sidewalk.
Oh, really?
And then it goes underneath the road there at Broad Street. The first 25 feet of it is damaged severely. We ran video cameras up inside it. Our original plan was to put a squash pipe all the way across, and federal highway only would pay for repairs and not a replacement. So we repaired it. So that's kind of it. It's unique because it has a scuffer there, which means it picks up a low ditch coming in, but it also has two pipes that run into it as well. And then the box culvert takes it across. So there's quite a bit going on right there. If you look at the drawing that I included in there, you'll see that it was Rick Powers had his hands full designing this thing.
So you're only going to cut 25 feet into Broad Street?
Mm-hmm. Actually, it's less than 25 feet because it's 25 feet from the back of the sidewalk.
And the rest of it looks okay, the rest of the way across the street?
It looks, well, here's what happened is the road has quite a bit of crown in it, which it means it slopes quite a bit. And so the pavement and the pavement structure got really thin towards the edge. And so that's the area that's damaged. That's the area that traffic beats on constantly and breaks it up. It's an old box culvert. There's not hardly any reinforcement in it, but when we scoped it, there was visual signs of some deterioration, but nothing that we were concerned about beyond 25 feet. And it's actually damaged about 16 feet in. We wanted to go a little bit beyond that to make sure we got a good structure in there. So, yeah, we even the designers backed off, and we ended up designing that in-house. So,
Mr. Vice Mayor, members of council, Jerry, who's the subcontractor? The contractor and the subcontractor are?
Pavco is a general contractor. One of the issues that we had was the huge amount of mobilization, so we helped them get a local contractor, which was 5D, and so they'll be doing the work.
Good.
So,
Mayor, do you want to chime in?
Yeah, I want to just thank Jerry for his work on this project here. Jerry, we don't anticipate any further damage beyond that 25 feet. And if there is there availability of more funding if we go another section of it?
So anything beyond here is on us. We don't anticipate. We think that we'll hit a good structure, and we don't anticipate beyond that. But it's construction, so you never really know. We still have another $45,000 in the budget for this project. We think that that'll take us way beyond where we need to go. We're hoping to only use the first 20, but there is a little money left in the budget. As in fact, tonight I thought I was going to be asking for money, and Jeannie pointed out that there was already money in the budget for it. So
pretty good at that.
Yeah. So that's the advantage of having a good finance director. So
thank you, Jerry.
You're welcome.
Fernando, do you have anything?
No, I just think you guys did a good job of finding funding to help us get this done. So
it's nice. It's nice when the funding is in our back pocket.
Right.
So, thank you.
Thank you, Jerry. Next is item E, presentation on Section 3 of the City of Globe Personnel Rules and Regulations Probationary Period Policy. Paul?
Yes, that would be me. And Danny, if you can put up the PowerPoint. There we go. There we go. And Mr. Mayor, members of council, this is a request from council from 2 weeks ago to to go through and talk about our City of Globe probationary policy. We also have available, if needed, the risk pool attorney, Steve Coleman, is zoomed in just in case you have any questions that we can't answer. But he's just there for questions from council, not part of the presentation. So definition of probationary. If you just look in the dictionary, go on the web, relating to someone who has been given a new job and is being tested to see whether they can do the job well. In a previous conversation, I do remember talking about this with Steve, and he referred to it a period in which an employee is working at will, has no property rights to the position or merit protections, and he corrected me in this and saying it's not so much the merit protections, it's the extent the process in a secured employee further down and how we deal with discipline. So we'll go into this further down. Let's see. Oh, who's controlling this? Am I or am I? Okay, good. Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. Because I can't see that, so I'm reading from here. Okay. Intent of the probationary period. Yep, I got the right slide up there. Probationary period is a time for coaching by supervisors when the employee learns the job and what is expected in the way and the quality of work. You have a new person come in, you got to get them up to speed. Probationary coaching is an extensive extension of the recruitment and interview process. In keeping and hiring up and retaining a good quality staff, we have the recruitment, how we reach out, who we try to bring in, the interview and make sure we get the right person both in technical qualities and in fit, and then part of that is that probationary period. The goal of the city is to develop raw talent into long-term productive and successful employees in key positions. We start with a lot of employees, and as they filter down and make it through there, we end up with the cream of the crop and people like John and when we had Frank and Kenny and those people, and now we have Richard and Dave Kemp coming up through the ranks, and it starts from a big pool and we get down to these key employees. Let's see. Probation for a new employee. The probationary period is designed to provide the city and the employee a time period in which the city and the employee can each evaluate if an employee is right for a position, and at the same time, if the employee thinks the city is the right place to work. We've had people who've come in, we were talking about this when we were reviewing this earlier, they were a little surprised at what certain jobs entailed. I don't think people realize what working in the water office, the multitasking and that you have to do sometimes, like the one we were referring to, it's a little bit more complicated than just an admin job. And so we have to find that right mix, and that's part of that mix that goes on during the probationary period. And that's for the new employees. Probation for promotions. The reason for probation for promotions is both the employee and the supervisor need to feel comfortable with the results of the promotion. We start off with that happening, and usually everybody feels pretty good about it. They both need a trial period to ensure the correct chemistry. But no matter how convinced both are that the change will be successful, it would be irresponsible to do away with that probation for promotion option with the city. You still should have that ability if things go horribly wrong, that you can have that promotionary period, so make changes if you need to. And so this is the actual our policy. This is a policy that was adopted in 2010 actually, and has not changed from there. And I don't know, I'm sure we had probation before, but this is the date on this. And let's make sure I have the right slide. Probationary employees shall work satisfactorily. That is the standard. Are they performing satisfactorily? Not, gigantically great, but satisfactory. For a period of probation equal to 12 continuous months of full-time service. We have times where people have to take time off in between, or have had to take, just for certain reasons. Sometimes the first-year employee ends up with different things that happen in life. So we continue the probation, and that's worked out. in each position to which he or she has been hired, demoted, promoted, or transferred. That is the wording in our council-approved policies and personnel procedure manual. Hired, demoted, promoted, or transferred. In order to satisfy the requirements for regular employees in that position. That is a condition of employment, is a satisfactory completion of employment, and many times of the probationary period. And so the technical term when we dismiss somebody on probation is that you did not satisfy that probationary period. You're unsatisfactory. The probationary term may be adjusted at the discretion of the city manager. That's in the code. Section 3B of that same code. A probationary employee will be awarded regular status in the position at the end of the probationary period. Only upon written notification of satisfactory job performance by the supervisor, we do an evaluation, and that is that written. And the approval of the city manager, we do a status slip, and we sign and move them on to a regular employee. Many times there's an adjustment in other things in there, along with that change. There's something hovering over me, sorry. And Ms., was that?
Be there or lost.
Okay, well, thank you. Okay, administrative practices. Okay. Probationary employees receive a 6-month and 1 year.
Whoa. We forgot a statement here on this last page. Let us go back to section 3.1.
Okay.
The very last statement has not been discussed.
Is that the one that says that
Statement, probationary employees are at will and may otherwise be released at any time in the probationary period without cause and without notice. Now, I have a huge problem with that.
Yeah, okay, and that is the statement in the
And I understand, and this body can change it. And this person that sits here says, why would any employee of the City of Globe even consider taking a new role on when that statement is in there? And this statement has been used to fire people that were wanted to be gotten rid of in those employees that were gotten rid of thoughts. Now, I'm not privy to what goes on with HR, so I don't know if it was justified or not, but I'm telling you right now, this statement needs to be stricken, in my opinion, and why would anyone in this city go for a promotion?
And so, can you hold that thought? Let me make it through I'll come right back to it, because I addressed many of those issues.
Okay, but don't be skipping over anything else, because I'll catch you.
No, and I will tell you that the one on the screen is the updated one. This is the one that you have, that is in there. And for whatever reason, I pulled that out. There's different changes, so many of the slides have changed. So if you follow along from can you see the one on the screen? On the
And you've eliminated that whole last statement.
Yeah, yes, I did.
But it's supposed to be in there?
It's a warning. It's a warning in there. It's a statement in bold in our probationary period, or in our manual, that says that. And so it's more of a as you read that, if someone were to read that, that would be the clarity.
I would hope someone would read that if they would even consider a promotion
in
the city. I would hope they would read that and realize what it says, because it says, you're out the door, Charlie, if I don't like you.
Yeah, no, that would be. Well, let's talk about that.
Okay, let's talk about that.
Yeah. Okay, but let me go through.
We'll have plenty of questions.
Yeah. So so administrative practices. Okay, and now, can you see the one up here, because it changes a lot? Okay. And this is my style, and I did this early to get it to you, but then when I tried to read through it, I changed it up some. So it's not really content different, but just my argument. So anyways, you look at both of them, but just remember I changed some of the wording. I think it flows better.
I want to see what's in the code book. I don't really care what's on the screen.
Yeah. No, what you have is in the code book, and includes that bold statement. Yeah.
That's what the employees have to deal with. This.
That is, when you have that in there, there's some total of 3.1A and 3.1B. Okay. Administrative practices. Do I have the right slide up there? Okay. Probationary employees receive a 6-month. Probationary employees receive a 6-month and 1-year evaluation. A lot of times that 6-month evaluation is a chance to sit down with them, see what they're doing well, giving them feedback on how they're doing, and what they can do better, and just how they can be more value. This is administrative practices. This is what under me as city manager, what we have in place, and so these would be not council related, but
These are directed to the supervisory personnel?
yes. Yes.
I do have a question. Since you've been city manager, how many times has this been utilized? Does this be utilized across the board, is it mandated by the HR director that he gets these evaluations at 1 year and 6 months, or has this been lax policy?
I would say that on the 6-month evaluation and 1-year evaluation, I'd have to get back to you. I think it's more often than not. I can't say that it was every time. Okay.
If they're going, in my opinion, if they're going to be fired or they're going to be held accountable to a policy, then the supervisors as well need to be held to this policy.
Mm.
And it should be a mandate from the HR director that this happens.
Okay.
If it's in the code.
Yep.
And it brings me back to section 3.1a. Probationary employees shall work satisfactorily.
Yep.
And who gets to decide that? Do they sign a form that says, this is now your new job, or this is what your job will be, and these are the tasks that I expect you to be able to accomplish by 6 months.
And
if you haven't accomplished them, then they know, okay, I need to make these. I need to meet these demands. This is what's asked of me.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, is that happening?
The tasks that they're required to do are initially in the job description. And then at the time when we have the evaluations, a lot of times we talk about those areas that we think they're doing good in, or the areas that they have questions in, or that they may be falling down in.
But if these evaluations aren't happening,
I will tell you that.
How does that happen?
I will tell you that if there is any sign of trouble, we get on the evaluations. If things
just because of trouble, it should just be
right. But it rises to our concern much more. To do the evaluation, because that is a tool to figure out and see what's going on. But I can get back to you with how many evaluations for what the ratio of evaluations are.
If the HR director was here to answer this.
What's that?
It would be nice if the HR director was here to answer these questions.
Okay, he'd have to look it up too, probably.
Okay, but
so yeah.
We are talking about HR, and he's not here.
Right. If you'd like me to get him to have him zoom in.
We're already through, so we can just keep going. But
okay,
we can get those.
Okay,
that'd be great.
So, where was I?
Your administrative practices.
Okay. Employees who are not performing satisfactorily may have their probation extended and given an additional evaluation. And that's been a practice where it's not going well, so we give them a second that at the year, and then we'll extend that. Okay.
How long is the extension time?
I usually would go another 6 months, just to make sure it's going to work out. Okay. Employees who are not performing satisfactorily in a promotion position may be offered their previous position if it is available, and that's the policy. Employees may apply for an open position in the city, even if they have not completed their original probation. So if we have a person that's in a base level job and there becomes an opening higher up, in some organizations you can't even apply for a promotion until you get through probation. But we have in a couple instances, and currently we're in the middle of that right now, where a probationary person is asking to move up to another job, and we allow that. So those are the administrative practices. Okay. So then I have a slide. Sometimes things do not work out. Rarely, even after guidance, informal coaching, training, and formal evaluations, it is determined that an employee is just not suited for or productive in the position, and action needs to be taken. Demotions are only an option if an acceptable position is available, and there is a realistic expectation that the employee will be successful. If not, termination is the only remedy, either for first-time people or probation promotion probations.
I have a question on this.
Sure.
Okay, so how many times has someone been terminated while they're in their probationary period?
In during my administration here, twice.
Okay, and
How long have you been here?
4 years, a little bit over 4 years.
okay, so why is what would prompt an employee to seek a promotion if they are not guaranteed that their previous job, previous level would be open to them?
I would imagine that they feel they're going to succeed. I think they feel that they're right for the job and they can handle it. They're capable of it, and they can do it.
Why is that? Maybe a better question is, why is the city not encouraging growth from within? Why are we not providing a safety net to employees that seek a promotion, but maybe they really can't do it? There is no guarantee that they're not going to get fired. That is prohibiting a lot of folks. Yes, it is.
I would, and no, I mean there are no guarantees that you don't know what's going to happen. You don't know what happens until you and
previously in this policy it says that they'll be given back their previous position if it's available.
Yeah, and so
that's
in a big organization that's much easier. If it's in a group, you can usually find room in the group. If it's a one-up position, we can't hold that position open while that person tries out the job and sees. So we fill that position and hire that position below them. So if it turns out that that's not available, then that it's not.
Then why aren't they found another job within the organization?
If we ever had that circumstances, we would try to do that.
But we've had several terminations while
Yes.
they were on probation.
Exactly.
And they weren't offered other positions.
And I can go into both those conditions at the end, but I'd like to get to the end.
Okay.
Okay.
Keep it moving. But I would like to just chime in real quick. I worked for a large corporation for 35 years at Motorola, and this is normal procedures. for
1 year probation?
Oh yeah.
That's excessive.
No,
That's
it wasn't.
excessive in
And
my
I was there
opinion.
for 35 years, and I was promoted through the ranks.
What's the county's?
Well, I'm talking.
I've had this argument with Paul because I'm concerned about this. I've got several questions. I think 12 months is too excessive. Okay. The other problem I have is and you just mentioned it, you allow an employee who's in a probationary period to promote up because obviously supervision or management has decided he's qualified to move up. But then he goes back on another 12 months probation.
For the position.
To me, that doesn't, and I told you yesterday, that doesn't make a whole lot of sense.
Yeah.
I could see a 30-day blending in period or something, but a whole year. I just have a lot of trouble with 12 months. You know that.
Yeah.
So let's let Paul finish.
Okay. Yeah,
Did you
yeah.
want to say something?
Sure.
No.
Later.
Okay, we'll do the question.
Okay.
Go ahead, Paul.
Okay, thank you. All right, so let's see, make sure I'm on the right slide here. Risk pool attorney assistance. Okay. HR attorneys are provided free of charge as part of the risk pool benefits, and that is both Justin Pierce and Steve Coleman. All termination actions are reviewed and conducted under the guidance of our attorney. Probation terminations are merit terminations, and I think I was confused when talking about this, but we do a probationary termination is done on merit. We will not. Well, let me go into this. The fourth one, I'll come back to that. Probation does not protect the city from being held accountable for unlawful terminations. So you can, as it says in the policy, it's at will, and you can terminate someone for any reason or you can terminate them for no reason, but it's really hard to defend. There's no reason, so any reason, but it can't be an unlawful reason. It can't be an inappropriate reason. And so the only way you can assure that it's not an inappropriate or unlawful reason is to make sure that you terminate based on an appropriate reason. And I will tell you that every newbie probationary dismissal for not satisfying that has been documented both with the attorneys and with the a list in the letter that's given to them for a minimum of 3 failures to satisfy probation. And so what I would tell you that if that person who is saying, I'm afraid to take that leap, I don't want to take that pay raise, I don't want to take that responsibility because I'm afraid that I won't be able to handle it, or if I do, I won't have that safety net to go back down because I'm, and I get it. There, it's different. It's more stress. It's more, probably longer hours, whatever it might be. But I will tell you that if there is termination, it would be for legitimate, valid, merit-based reasons. It wouldn't be because race, color, gender. It wouldn't be because I'm sideways with personality. It wouldn't be good old boy reasons. Okay? They can feel confident that if they hold up their end of the bargain, if they do what they do, and unless we have legitimate, lawful reasons that we can defend in a lawsuit, because our attorneys pay the bill. Steve Coleman is here as part of our insurance, and we literally 2 months ago had a case where we looked at a probationary termination, and the attorney said, no, you don't got it. There's not enough there. And so we didn't. Okay, and then it worked out. But I will tell you, so to that person who says, I'm afraid to take that leap, I will tell them they will be treated fairly. There will be no hanky-panky. I know that you may have heard stories. I know there'll be a culture, and you've heard these rumors, and you don't want to get left high and dry. But if you do your part, if you try your best, this is a training period. This probationary time is where you're not supposed to know everything. We're coming in there to help you, to teach you, and we're not supposed to expect you to know everything. There's no way we can say, here, take over this department, see you later, and then write you up because we didn't tell you. We have to have those evaluations. We need to give you expectations, and you need to know what's going to be, because if we just, let you fail and then try to cut you loose on that, that's inappropriate. That's illegal. And so we're not going to do that. So that is my message to anybody who wants to try to get a position here and to take a promotion is to do that. And because we'll protect them.
If somebody was to transfer to another position, and they came to a supervisor and said, it's just not working out for me.
Yeah.
It's not clicking. I'm not getting it. At that point, they could then apply for somewhere else.
Yes, but we would probably not accept that. We would try to figure out what it is. Where is it? Because I used to think that you got a position and then you make that person fit that. No. And sometimes, I'll tell you, we do as much change on the position. We will take, we've done it on we had a Blue Stake easement person, and that was not working out. The two items were too diverse. One was inside, one was outside. So we may say, how do you restructure that position so that you will be successful? Sometimes people are project people, and some people are more in the book, following the rules. You have your extrovert, introverts. Do you have to talk in public? Do you not? I think we would not accept that and try to talk to that person and say, we put you in here for a reason. We want you to succeed. What can we do to modify the position? Because I'll tell you, I can also give you a long list of changes. I drive everybody crazy with the difference where we switch up the requirements of the job so we can find successful people. So the administrative practices, let's see here. I think there's one more slide. Oh, it's just the conclusion. Oh, wait, did I go to administrative practices? Okay, so did I cover this one already? Yeah. Okay, so when a supervisor feels it, so I think this is important because this goes to a point the mayor had brought up with me. Okay, and it is my call. I know that you have supervisors, and this is a topic we have. Not every supervisor in our city is trained in the nuances of HR. And that is why we have an HR director, and that is why that person sits in. So let me explain this. When a supervisor feels that it's necessary to discipline an employee, we're just talking discipline. They backed into something. That supervisor is required to contact the HR department and discuss the situation. Because one of the biggest complaints or cultural issues we had in here is differentiation in the application of discipline. You had some managers that were hard-nosed and boom, 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 and we had some that were like, and it's hard for a manager to write somebody up. It's hard for them to say, you want to say, oh, they're just, trust me, don't do that again, and then they do it again. Well, this is really getting bad, and by the third time, they're like, wow, you've done this 3 times. Like, no, but you didn't document this. And so you have to have a nuance of not under-documenting and not over-documenting. And so you need to have that going, and that's where the consistency comes in, by having one person, the HR director, that has a guideline. He knows what I like. He has very good ideas of what's a good balance. And so we make sure that happens. And then you don't get people talking within a department saying, well, you did that, and, apples and oranges. It's like, no, it was consistent. If the situation, second bullet, if the situation rises to the level of potential termination, HR is required to seek guidance from the risk pool attorney. We will not even think about terminating somebody unless we get on the phone and figure this out and make sure we're sound in that. And then we get the questions, because again, there are the final decision is me. But it is not up to the whims of probation are not settled in a line supervisor. This is a very important tool. It is something we take very seriously, and that is why there's only been 2 people in a probationary period that probationary position on a promotion that have been terminated. I will tell you, one was a high level very early on. I know. Well, no, I did talk to the attorney. I'm not going to say names, but I can describe the instances because they're past. Okay, and I double checked with that. One was a high level, and the situation was that we felt it was best for the organization just to separate that person from there. I will tell you that the position to go back down was not offered. That was questionable. But I stand by the decision, and I stand by the outcome. The second one was a situation where we'd had a long-term employee who had been in many different situations. They had moved into a situation they felt very comfortable in, but it was not going well. And what happened was an incident that was very, very significant and was valued with the track record within that position, warranted termination. And so my intent was to terminate that person. When I went to terminate, the attorney said, we have a probationary option here. We should take it. Why would you not? Because it gives you some protections there in this, because in case there's a notice of claim. And so if the organization has that ability, that it is in the situation where we can, and I'm sorry I'm not looking this half. I just realized I'm talking this way.
Don't worry about it.
Okay, but
I'm watching you.
Okay, and that you should take that option, just again for our favorite word, liability. Why not take the option to have that liability? And there was a notice of claim, and it did go nowhere. We felt that it was a hot item, but I stand by that. That person was going to get terminated. The documentation on the action, I won't go into detail, that was a fireable offense. It's just how we did it. And that's the one that I hear is the one that everybody quotes and everybody looks to because they don't understand. And that's the problem. We do things. HR is protected. When you're dealing with people, they have the right to not have their dirty laundry aired. And we don't have the right to go around and say, oh, this person left and gosh, we got really good reasons. I really love to sit down and show you, look at this. Can you believe that? I can't do that. We can't do that to all the employees, and they have to trust us. And I get why they would be going, wow, been here for that many years, and all of a sudden, boom, they're gone. And they took it was in a probationary situation. I can't always explain. I can't make a perfect world. I can't relieve everybody's fear. But I can tell them if you're talking about, you want to apply for a position in the city, you want to get a promotion, And John and I had a conversation about this. You know, we want them to succeed. We wouldn't have selected them if we didn't think they were going to do good. And we do everything we can. But and since those two, we've had people move up, and a lot of people move up. There's been a lot of shift there. Now, one of the things I realized, there's been a lot of stagnation in public works, and it hasn't moved. And when this happened, you had a lot of people who were ready. They were trained, they were geared up and ready to go, and they slid in, and it went smoothly because they've been here and waiting for that position, and that's why it went so well. But you could have a person moving up fast, and it gets a little bit out in front of us, and then all of a sudden, boom, it's like, wow, we missed that part of your personality. We missed that bad habit you have of showing up, you know, whatever it might be. Okay, we need to have that out. We need to have that ability. I would argue my request. I stand by the year probation for a newbie, because you get the training cycle and you get a chance to get them going. A lot of the best work and the deal is hit in that second 6 months. And a lot of times there's some things that pop out in that. So I like that. And I talked to John. He likes that. I think all the directors like that. It gives us time to work with that person because we're busy and we're doing stuff and we got a lot of hats. And so it gives us that time. I would say on probation for promotion, I would ask that the council support some type of probation for promotion. Okay, if you want to you debate that distance, I can entertain that, but that would be what I believe. Now I want to go back, Councilor Giles, to your initial question. Why would anybody? Hopefully I've tried to answer that. I don't know, it's another part of the question that I didn't get a chance to answer. But why would somebody take a chance and put themselves back in probation?
Well, the 12-month for an already employed person, certainly there's been some long standing. I don't agree with that. I don't agree with that. For someone new coming on, I still think 12 months is too long. I think 6 months is much more realistic.
What can I?
But I'm not gonna make my stand on that. I am gonna make my stand on the existing employee having to have a 12-month probationary period. I just disagree with that.
What problem are we trying to solve with changing that?
What problem are we trying
to solve?
Keeping people from, if past behavior is sometimes considered indicative of future behavior, and there have been employees that have been let go during their probationary period, that is a problem when you have existing employees that might not take a promotion, might not even strive to get there. They might not even ever think, I'm going to ever do any, I'm just going to stay where I'm at because I'm guaranteed and I'm safe. That's a personality thing that, and there we could debate that all night long. But to a person that is already an existing employee has already gone through a 12-month probation. Yeah. Why should they have to do it twice?
Because the probation is for the position, not for the employee.
I disagree.
No, I mean, that's just a fact. That's not to agree with or disagree. It's just...
That's a fact in your mind. It's not a fact
in mine. That's what probation is for, the position. But,
in most cases, when you go into a work environment, you are on a probationary period when you're newly hired. Mm-hmm. Okay, your employer has it. To me, the employer has that right to see if you're qualified to do the job you're going to do. Mm-hmm. But after that point, at some point, your employee has proven their capability and the potential to advance. Mm-hmm. Okay? And they are given that opportunity. And it's because, and you mentioned it, you have to have trust mm-hmm. in the whole system. Well, in your system, there's no trust because you get thrown back on a 12-month probation, and you're in the same situation you were.
Maybe if
you're, say, a 5 or a 6 year employee working, and there's a possibility of a promotion, you should be able to promote that, but not have to do another, 12 months. Because most employees promote into positions that they're familiar with, and they just build on what they've learned.
And we've seen that.
And I have to agree with her. I think it's double jeopardy for the employee, and you don't build any trust there. That's the problem right now. The employees don't trust the supervisory, the management side of the whole deal. Because when you read this policy, it's all in favor of us,
Mhm.
the management.
I think that it's
What's the employees, when you have the attorneys advising you what you're going to do, is the employee involved in any of that discussion when you're talking to the attorneys to see what the hell's going on? Or is he left out to hang?
It's an HR
and
purview.
have to get his own attorney or what? What's the process?
no. I mean, if we're working on discipline and managing an employee, and if there's a discipline write-up or some type of deficiency, unsatisfactory, we have a HR policy where we deal with them with verbal warnings, written warnings, second written warnings, and so all that happens with that person. Whether that amounts to termination or not is something that we will decide at that point, and then we will.
And that's on advice from your attorneys.
If we're going after any termination, we're going to use advice of the attorneys.
You don't slingshot the employees, so they know all along.
What does that mean, slingshot the employees?
Well, that they have an idea that they may be in a position where they may be getting.
I think if you're getting a bunch of write-ups, you've probably got a pretty good clue that something's up.
But are the supervisors working with them to improve that?
Oh yeah, no, we are.
That's the other issue. Is does that happen? You know.
I mean, if you think that we're setting them up for failure and we're trying to trick them into,
I just want to make.
I mean, the supervisors. My biggest problem is supervisors don't always hold people accountable, and then you get this point where they've gone down the path, never being held accountable, and then all of a sudden you want to crack it down. There is a balance where somebody, if something happens, then you have to work with that person and do it. But it's not fair to document it for one and not document it for another. And so the consistency, and so the it doesn't do any good to a supervisor to go passive aggressive and look the other way and hope it's going to go away, and then one day wake up and go, oh my God, you got to get rid of this person because look at all these things. It's like, well, where's your documentation? It's not fair to that employee if the supervisor's not. If they really feel that there's problems, then the supervisor gets in there and do it. And so that's why we have to have that communication and make sure they're tracking this down and they're keeping tabs and they're letting them know, because it's not fair. If you hire somebody, you set their expectations and you hold them to it. And if they meet them, you reward them. If you don't meet them, then you address that. And so if they're leaving them to their own and then coming back, and we'll stop that. That's when we get involved. That's when management, that's when HR and says, no, you can't do this. You can't expect them to fix themselves. You can't expect them to train themselves. And so that's what we're working on there. But I will guarantee you that is my commitment that we're not going to sandbag them or slingshot them.
Here's what I think about it is that I think that, okay, 12 months is excessive, but I understand your point. If new hire, you need the 12 months to figure it out. By all means, take the 12 months, in my opinion. But if you're going to promote somebody, with what your previous statement was, that if somebody comes to you or if you see them failing in a certain area, you're going to build them up. You're going to give them the tools necessary to do what they need to do. They've already proven with the track record of being here and completing that first initial 12-month period. Maybe that's something you put in this policy. Your first 12-month probationary period, you are not eligible for promotion. So that way they stay in their position. Now, if the supervisor wants to override that, they have every right to do so, but they are taking that on themselves, but the employee cannot ask for that in that initial 12-month period. The supervisor manager can, with your approval, HR approval, whatever it looks like. I don't know. But I believe a 3 to 6 month, if they're promoting on them by themselves, is appropriate, because they've already shown that they can be here. They've already completed that 12-month period. And now you just need to build them up and give them the tools necessary to do that. And I get it. Some people just aren't cut in that position. So then you said you'll try your best to do whatever you need to do, and HR to move them into a position best suited for them, or you'll change the roles or whatever have you. But I think that needs to happen, and I think the reviews need to happen, and I think that's just my opinion and how it looks.
Okay.
Vice Mayor, I have a comment.
Go ahead, Mayor. You there?
It appears that there is an issue with the probationary period and the fear of promoting within the city from these comments. I think it warrants at least further evaluation of what our code says. I do agree with a new hire off the street as a 1 year probation, because it may take you that long to understand their personality and whether they fit in or not. I do have a problem with a year probation of an individual that is within the system already, has years vested in there, and has prepared himself for that promotion. I mean, what our code says that we can get rid of a probationary person for no reason at all. And I don't agree with that. I think it has to be documented reasons why we're getting rid of this person. I think it's up to that supervisor to provide benchmarks as they move along. If they're promoting it within or a higher level, give them benchmarks. And if they haven't met those benchmarks by 6 months, you can extend that probation another 6 months. But I do agree that I don't like an internal promotion of a 1 year probation. I agree with a 1 year for a new hire off the street, but not for somebody promoting within.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. Freddie?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. So, a lot of discussion about a lot of things. This is part of my working world. I hire, I fire, I go through probationary periods. I go through all the educating, the teaching, and all that. In the working world, there are expectations of employment. And sometimes people think that because they've been in a place or in a company with a company for extended amount of time, that warrants, seniority warrants automatic positioning. And that's not true. That can't be true in the working world. There are expectations for every job. As you go into a job, you know the duties, you know the job description, or you should know it. Let's put it that way. Otherwise, you're setting yourself up. And not only that, if you're eyeing that job, you should be preparing well in advance for that job. Not just when it comes open. Prepare. And I think from my experience here with the city, I have seen those things happen. I have seen individuals prepare for advancement when the opportunity arises. So that's, it's not just what the city's policies are, but it's the employee's obligation to follow the guidelines and to follow the policies and to learn the system. I had a conversation with a coworker of mine, co-manager, and we were talking about something like this. And he says, what I see is the employees that ask questions because they don't know, then that's to teach them. And you want them to ask questions. But the employees that start asking questions of why you're asking them to do something, now their focus is on something totally different. Their focus is not on learning the job. Their focus is maybe challenging authority. Why do I have to do this? If it's in your job description and your supervisor says, I need you to do this, there should be no other questions. So, we're talking about, probationary. We're talking about why would somebody do this in this case? Why would they put themselves in jeopardy? We all take risks. But if you're prepared, it's not a risk. Okay? You should look for that challenge. You should look up for the challenge, and you should look for your department head and your supervisor, whatever level they are, if they're a line level in the field or in the administrative end, you should be looking for them to show you the way. And I cannot believe that this city has a proven track record of setting employees up for failure. I don't buy that. I haven't seen it. I haven't witnessed it. So I think as a whole, we have to look at the policies, are they fair? Are they accurate? Are they reasonable? And are they within standards? As far as the probationary thing, I know it's scary. It's scary for everybody. But on the employer's end, they have to be certain that they're hiring the person that's going to be the right fit for the job. At whatever level. Entry level or a department head. And so I think there has to be a probationary period. But I just don't believe that this is put in place to somehow start eliminating people. I just haven't seen it. So I'm sorry, but I don't buy that argument. And not only that, if there's improper conduct, if there's improper hiring or firing, there are avenues to take as an employee with the employer to mitigate that and to correct it or to validate it. Those things are in place in the working world. So I just don't buy that the City of Globe is hanging people out there and they have no other recourse. Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor.
Mr. Vice Mayor. There's no one here tonight that has suggested in any way that the city is setting people up to fail, setting employees up to fail, or hanging folks out to dry. Sorry, take big offense to that. What has been said by several people on this board, including our mayor, is that there are employees within this organization that do not feel they can progress because there is a statement in our policy that says we will terminate for no reason. We probationary employees are at will and may otherwise be released at any time without cause and without notice. That is, whether you believe it, you believe it, you believe it, you believe it, or anybody in this room believes it, I'm telling you, I talked to those employees. There are employees that will not seek a promotion because of this statement. This body, has the power to remove that statement. We can argue till 10 o'clock about the probationary period. We've all heard that all of us have different ideas of a probationary period. We can let that go. We can take this up at a later date. We can also take this statement out.
But and I would ask that statement is a definition of what probation is. You can't take that statement out without getting rid of probation.
We can go through our code and change it. This body does have the means to do that.
Right, but
we should.
I would defer to the attorney on that statement is nothing more than the statement of what probation is. And so if you take that out, then
I'm never going to agree with that. So, and a lot of our employees don't either.
What's that? Believe it?
That's what a statement of probation is. You can just fire somebody at will for no reason. Where does it say that anywhere in Webster's dictionary?
Go to the attorney. Yeah, is Steve available?
He was on the screen. Yeah, he's right here.
Steve, did you hear the question, or would you like to have her restate the question?
I'm sorry, I was trying to unmute myself from that. Yeah, so under Arizona law, unless somebody has job security, there is a presumption that any employee can be terminated at any time for any reason or no reason, but not for an unlawful reason. So the city manager is correct. A probationary employee, that is the definition of a probationary employee. I would like to elaborate and just say that although that's the definition, any reason or no reason, that
But
my
sir,
Wait a minute, let him finish.
he doesn't know what the statement says.
Yeah, no, let him finish.
Go ahead, Steve.
Sorry about that.
So,
Don't apologize
so
for me, Mr. Rios. I've about had it with your attitude.
Mr. Vice Mayor, point of order. I'd like to go into E-session. I think we need to settle this down.
You motion and a second. We can.
Second.
Steve, can you hang on? let me know. Okay. So, so Mr. Mayor, Mr. Vice Mayor, I think that at last we left off, we voted to go into e-session, but the item that we would like to talk about is not eligible for e-session. And so I believe, that, as a protocol during this agenda item, which is on probationary, I think that it's fair for, since there's some information that two parties would like to share back and forth. I think as long as we have decorum and let people take turns speaking and respect each other, and remember that we are in open session, that we allow that to continue.
To allow it to continue?
Well, it's up to, I do not have the authority. I do not have the authority to tell any council member what they can or cannot say. So if there's nothing precluding from the from the city manager saying that you can't continue with the conversation you're about to have. Okay. Other than I would ask that the decorum and take turns. Other than that, it's a recommendation. But we to continue the meeting, we're back in the meeting and we're back on the procurement, and we can pick it up where we are at whatever level we want to pick it up at.
An offline conversation council members can have, and that we table E.
I was going to say, I think the next step would be to table
and move forward with the meeting.
Move on to the next.
Vice Mayor, we can't hear you.
I think we should table line item E, being that there's discussion between council members that we can't agree upon. So why don't we table this and bring it back to the next meeting?
Well, this is a presentation.
It's a presentation anyway. It's not an action
Yeah.
item.
So
Presentation.
we can just move forward.
yeah. So
Obvious that there's issues with council.
That is on another level.
And then,
Yeah.
and we should, because of the
Stop the
amount of
conversation.
material we have to cover tonight, I would suggest
On this item.
we table it to a
well,
later meeting.
So let me clarify as council's wishes that we just take a break in this presentation on probationary policy. We'll move on. We spend some time on it, and then just go further down into the next agenda item. And
Go ahead, Fred.
I would like to finish hearing what the attorney was trying to say.
all right. So
We did have Steve on.
if there's a motion and a second to table the item, we can do that. If you can take a vote whether to table it. If somebody wants to motion that, you could also vote to motion to continue it, I believe, and it's up to the majority whether you want to continue with the presentation.
Mr. Chair?
Go ahead, Fernando.
Okay, so this is personnel policy. That's pretty much the definition of probation. I think that something that we could look at maybe on a future agenda item is whether a year makes sense, because that seems a little excessive. But we can hear this 10 times and it's not going to change the facts. So I'm with Freddie. I'd like to hear what the attorney was going to say. The policy is the policy. So if you want to change it, we would bring it back with a recommendation or something from direct staff to give us some options for a future date. So I don't know that we need to table the presentation. It's almost done.
Okay, so you'd like to hear from the attorney?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I would do the same. I'd like to hear what Steve has to say.
And Vice Mayor, I have a comment also.
Go ahead, Mayor.
Yeah, I think, we went from talking about 6 months to 1 year probation. Like I said, that requires some further evaluation. I don't see us getting any deeper than that, and that's where we ended up. I think that should be looked at internally and not be brought back. I want to hear the attorney also.
Okay.
I think Freddie had some key points about probate, about people with seniority. I witnessed it also. People that think they have seniority automatically are entitled to promotion.
Right.
But I'll tell you what, if you have an employee that it has 3 years and you have one that has 20 years, and that person is working towards that promotion, getting ready for it, he deserves just that much as that 20-year-old employee. So I think we went down too far a rat hole. All we were discussing was a year too much for that, and those were just for presentation only.
Okay.
So I don't see us bringing it back in the future for this. I think we should finish it now and listen to the attorney. What do you have to say?
Okay. You guys agree with that?
Yeah, I don't have a problem.
Okay, let's bring Steve back on.
Steve, can you pick it up where you left off? Thank you.
Okay, and so my screen was blacked out for a while. Are we in executive session?
No, we did not go into executive session. It was not eligible for executive session. So we're back into regular session, and we're back on the topic, which is a presentation on probation. And the council would like to hear your take on. I think you were describing state law and the definition of probation.
Okay. So if council will please bear with me for a little bit, I just want to give a little bit of background information and some definitions to make sure we all understand the distinction between a probationary and a non-probationary employee. So first of all, we've heard the term at-will employment. At-will employment means that somebody can be fired for any reason, for no reason, but not for an unlawful reason, and with or without notice. Now, I'll tell you, as a starting point, 49 out of 50 states in the United States have at-will employment. If you want to know for a piece of trivia, know what the exception is, it's Montana. Most people guess California, but Montana is the only state that departs from that. So at-will employment doesn't mean that you can fire somebody for an illegal reason. It just streamlines the termination process. So the important part of at-will employment is you cannot fire somebody for unlawful reasons. So anybody who's probationary from day one, there are dozens of exceptions to for reasons that you cannot terminate somebody. You cannot terminate somebody because of their race, because of their gender, because of a disability, because they've taken time off under the Family and Medical Leave Act, because they've had a workers' comp claim, because of what their political views are, because they have a family member who's disabled, because they've declared bankruptcy, because they've had a garnishment against their wages, because they've reported a safety hazard, because they've reported that they believe that somebody who works for the city is committing a crime, because they've complained of harassment, because they've complained of discrimination. So there are dozens and dozens of exceptions that still apply. And for that reason, nobody, even though somebody is an at-will employee, at least nobody that I'm advising, is terminating an employee for no reason. Nobody hires an employee, invests in training them, and says, well, they're at will, so just for no reason, tomorrow I'll just fire this person. So my advice is, because you have all these potential claims, every termination should be well documented, well supported, and there should be notice to the employee. The employee should have an opportunity to correct whatever the improper behavior is, unless it's something so extreme like workplace violence that, one time warrants termination. So that's what at will means. So when somebody's on probation, they're an at will employee, and it just means you can streamline the process. That during that period, if you find out the employee doesn't have the skills to perform the job, the employee's personality is not a good fit. They're not a good communicator. They're argumentative. They're insubordinate. They're not a good fit with the culture. Any of those reasons, as long as it's not an unlawful reason, you can decide during that period that we're going to terminate this person, and you're allowed to just notify them, and you're being terminated, and that's the end. Now, the difference when somebody crosses over from being an at-will employee, at-will probationary employee, to a non-probationary employee is that a non-probationary employee gets some extra procedural protections that the probationary employee does not get. And that's because they've proven themselves, and now they have some job security. And so, these are constitutional requirements. So, in the private sector, almost nobody gets any job protection unless you're the CEO, you have a contract. But in the public sector, for a couple of reasons, government entities have created a merit system. One was because you want to prevent political cronyism. It used to be, going back to like Tammany Hall in the 1800s in New York, that a new administration would come in, they'd fire all the employees, and they'd hire people loyal to them. Well, that's not how cities want to operate. They want to make sure people have job protection. Number two is because government service doesn't always pay as well as private sector jobs. And so part of the trade-off is you give people pensions and job security. So once somebody completes that probationary period, what it means is if you want to terminate that person, here are the steps you have to go through. Number one, you have to give them notice in writing of what the grounds are of why they're going to be terminated. Say, we propose to terminate you, and this goes also for suspensions, demotions. Here are the grounds, and here's what you did, and here's what the action we propose to take. We propose to terminate you because absenteeism, poor performance, whatever it is. Then you generally give the employee a couple of days to process that information, and then they have the opportunity to have a pre-disciplinary meeting where they sit down with a decision maker. It's usually a department head or it's a city manager, and they get to respond to the information in that letter, and they get to provide their side of the story and say, here's why I think there's a mistake. They get to, could provide any information that they believe is relevant to that decision. Next step is the decision maker then considers that information and makes an ultimate decision. I'm going to move forward with the termination, I'm going to reduce the discipline, or I've been convinced that there's no grounds for discipline whatsoever. I'm going to rescind the action entirely. Now, let's say the decision maker decides I'm moving forward with termination. You then have to give that employee another letter in writing that says, here's why we've decided to terminate you. After we've considered your information, here's why we believe termination is appropriate. And then you have to notify the employee of their appeal rights. So for the next step, somebody who's a non-probationary employee then gets to challenge their termination and have essentially a mini trial. It's a personnel appeal hearing where you have to hire either a judge, like an administrative hearing officer, or it can be, sometimes it's a citizens panel like a personnel board, or sometimes it's called a civil service commission. But that person gets to then have essentially their day in court where they go into a hearing, and the city is on one side and the employee is on the other side. They are represented by attorneys. They call witnesses. They put on exhibits. They cross-examine people. They do opening statements, closes. It's just like a trial. It's only a shorter, more abbreviated process. And then that decision maker gets, whether it's a board or commission or a hearing officer, then gets to decide, do they think that the city met its burden of showing that there was a good reason to terminate this employee, or should this employee get their job back? And if the employee loses at that stage, the employee can then file a lawsuit in the Superior Court, in your case would be the Gila County Superior Court, and ask a judge to then review the record and decide whether or not the termination decision was an abuse of discretion or arbitrary and capricious. So that's only the difference between a probationary and non-probationary employee, is the level of protection. Now, I'll tell you, I represent probably about 76 cities and towns, and universally, I don't know of one that doesn't have a probationary period, for at least for new hires, because nobody wants to hire an employee and 30 days into that process determine that this employee doesn't have the skills or it's a terrible fit, and have to go through that process that I've just mentioned. And that process is difficult because if somebody makes a mistake and you make a technical error and you don't do the letters correctly, or you don't do the meetings correctly, or you don't do the hearings correctly, you'll end up, it's very likely, with a due process lawsuit. We get a lot of lawsuits for our municipal clients where somebody made a technical error in the way they terminate somebody. They had a good reason to terminate, but they made a technical error, and they ended up with a lawsuit, and they ended up having to pay attorney's fees and start over and do the whole process over again. So the idea of probation is you have this trial period where if it doesn't work out early on, you can more easily terminate that relationship without going through these extra steps. But it's not meant to be, let's arbitrarily terminate somebody, let's fire somebody for no reason. It's just, let's have a good reason, but let's have a shortcut, a shorter process, a more efficient process that without the layers of protection we provide to our more tenured employees. Now, with regard to probation is, it's a new job. And yes, you have an employee that's proven themselves in a job, but this is a different position. And the example I like to give to people is, if any of you are professional sports fans, you'll know, let's just take, the NFL. So football, you'll have an assistant coach who might be an assistant coach for 15 years, and they're the new hot, candidate that everybody wants to hire, that they've had incredible success as an assistant coach. And so then they get hired by a different team. Now they're the head coach, right? They're in a new job. And I'll say, probably at least greater than 50%, probably even 75% of the time, new coaches get fired with new head coaches within 3 years. Why? Because that person was amazing, maybe in their role, maybe when they were an offensive coordinator or the defense coordinator, but they just didn't have what it took for the head coach job, for a head coaching job. It's a different role. And so they got fired, and then they go back to what they were very successful at, and they find another job. And so that's the reason why you often have to assess people. Now, you can make a choice, and different cities make different choices as how you want to handle that situation. Do you want to promise that person they get their old job back? You can do that. Or do you want to say, we'll only give it to you if it's available? The difficulty is that if it takes 3 months to determine whether or not that person's a good fit, and after 3 months you say, not the right fit, this person can't succeed in the role, well, undoubtedly you've probably filled that person's prior position. So then do you now fire the person who filled their position so that you can put them back where they were in that job in which they were successful? That's not a legal question. That's really just a question of a policy decision for council as to how you want to handle it. But those are choices that need to be made. It's not so simple as saying put the person back in their position, because there's likely to be somebody else there. I will tell you, just from my personal experience, that sometimes the probationary period for someone who is promoted is shorter than the probationary period for a new hire. Because sometimes with a new hire, the person has the competency, but it's an issue of personality and fit, right? The person has a terrible personality. They don't communicate. They're insubordinate. They're terrible. They don't get along with anybody. They're just disruptive to the workplace. But yeah, they've got the minimal skills to do the job. Well, generally, if you've had somebody who's succeeded in their position, they've been around long enough, you're probably not going to have that problem when that person is promoted. You already know the person's personality, that they're trustworthy. It's just a question of competency. Do they have the skill set for the new role? And sometimes maybe that perhaps can be evaluated in a short period, and maybe not a year, maybe 6 months or some other period of time. But it is typical in my experience that whenever somebody changes a job, and before you give them that job security, that you have a trial period for that employee to prove himself or herself before they cross the threshold to having those extra protections that we've just spoken about. And I know I've just been talking quite some time now, so I'm going to pause here and ask the council members if you have questions for me, if there's other topics you would like to hear me discuss.
He answered mine.
He answered everything I had to hear. Ready to go?
Ask Alan. Don't get to ask Alan.
Are we coming back? Are we tabling this policy?
No, we're continuing. But so this is.
I mean, if we're doing that, I don't have questions. Okay. If we're tabling it and coming back, then I'll save my questions for then.
I think what Mayor had said, what he had proposed, and what I thought was that this be done internally, correct? The review of this and.
Right. Let's let the mayor. Does Mayor want to speak?
Mayor, do you want to speak up to that?
Did you have a proposal?
Okay, I didn't hear the last comment.
Did you have a proposal, Mayor, that you wanted after, or did you have any questions for Steve and or Fernando, and then Mayor, did you have a proposal? I thought.
The question I have for Steve is when somebody's terminated and they want to take it to the Superior Court, what is the time frame they have to do that in?
Are you talking about if somebody is terminated and they're non-probationary and they are...
No, they're probationary.
So if somebody's probationary and they wanted to sue for one of those reasons, like I was terminated because of my race, my gender, my disability, the time frame is, it varies a little bit. So if it's based on your protected class, such as your gender, disability, race, religion, national origin, you have 300 days to file a charge of discrimination with the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission. If it's an issue of I was terminated for being a whistleblower, I was terminated for filing a workers' compensation claim, making a safety complaint, that's 1 year. And if it's if your termination is for violating your rights to free speech, so I was terminated because of my political views, what candidate I support, because I spoke out in favor of against a particular issue, then it's a 2-year deadline. So it really varies depending on the nature of the claim.
Thank you, Steve. And I think you explained what probationary really is. I think I don't know a reason to table this. I think this is something that needs to be looked at as far as internally to see if, and really I think the only question we have is 1 year too much for an upgrade internally instead of a year. Is 6 months or a year more productive? I agree with a 1 year for a new employee. It takes that long to get that to understand that person. But somebody internally is really 6 months enough probation, and I think that's something that should be done internally. I don't think it's tabled and bring back. That's my opinion.
So I'm seeing a lot of head nods for maintaining 1 year for a newbie, and for a promotion probation, we bring that back to reduce that down to 6 months. And I see it looks like
Fernando, do you have any comments?
I think 6 months sounds a little bit more reasonable. I think it'd be kind of scary to think that somebody could look at anything you do in a whole year. And but I've been with State Farm 32 years. I've been in 7 different positions, and every time I changed positions, I knew there was a chance that it might not work out and that there might not be a place for me to go back. And so, I mean, that's a chance you take if you have confidence that you can do it, or at least do your best. So I think it's pretty common in the corporate world that it's that way, and it just makes sense. I mean, if there's a position they can go to and they're a good employee, then great, but there's no guarantee there'll be a position. And so you just have to take that risk when you try to move up. So, but I think looking at 6 months looks a little bit more reasonable than, or maybe we look at the position. What kind of position is it? Because like upper management, like a department head, I mean, you don't even know what you're doing in the first year. It takes a while. And so maybe we ought to look at the positions. I don't know. But that's something I think staff could look at and then see what they think, and then come back with a recommendation if they think something needs to be changed, or let us know why they think it doesn't.
Mr. Mayor, members of council, I would be supportive of a 6 month across the board for a probation promotion. We make that change, hold the newbie and across the board in different, at different levels. It would get complicated. Where do we draw that line where it goes back to a year or anything like that? I think for consistency and clarity, I think 6 months for any probationary promotion would be acceptable.
Yeah, just for clarification, so did you not say that anybody that's in their 1 year probationary period, they can apply for an upgrade?
Yes.
So how would that?
They would just continue their probation. It would be the new probation would be from a date from their promotion. And so let's say that you have somebody in there for 3 months and they're on a 1 year probation. We'd have to word it so that again, we have at a 1 year probation, at a 3 months they take a job for a new position. Then at 9 months they would satisfy for the position, but they still haven't satisfied their initial. So maybe we could work out language that says that for the original position it's 1 year, and then we stack that. I'd have to work that out. And
here's my point, though. Could there be and this is something maybe you guys have to work out amongst yourselves, but a newbie could not ask for the promotion, or it would rather be the supervisor initiates
Yes.
the promotion. So then that would say you are in the position for a year unless you were talking to your supervisor, but you can't go to HR and just start filling out papers for a promotion. You'd have to
How
talk to your supervisor.
often does a new employee get
A
promoted?
couple times.
3 months?
I mean, we're looking at one.
Police department's the perfect example. They, yeah.
Really?
Uh-huh.
Are we at 6 months? We're not even at 6 months yet. Yeah, we got a person that.
Mike, can you guys speak into your mics? Because you guys are very low. We can barely hear you.
So we do. So I'm sorry. That John had said that we do have somebody who's not even past their 6 months that we're supportive of them applying for a position to go up because he's just very capable. He's underemployed. And Jerry, what was it? Can you want to speak into the mic?
It just says it gives us the ability to look at somebody who is more qualified than the position they've applied for. And then if a position does come up, we can encourage them to, even in probation, to apply for positions. So I just want to make sure we don't rule that out because with our talent pool, when we find somebody that's very qualified, we tend to latch on.
No, this person, we knew this person was highly qualified, and we hate, it's a terrible thing to say, oh, we're not going to hire you because you're overqualified. You won't stay. It's like, no, we get the talent on board, then we'll find ways to move them up. And so, and this is some, during this period, we're hitting some better applicants just because there's a lot of movement now up there. So, but to the idea of how we structure that, yeah, we're gonna have to sit down and do some hard thinking about just so we don't put ourselves into a loop. And so I can bring that. Now we'll take council action to change that probationary period because it is a council policy, and so we could bring it with that direction. I feel comfortable, unless there's any other conversation, to bring that back as a proposal to modify the personnel policy and procedures.
Does that sound good to everybody? Shirley? Barry?
Vice Mayor, one comment.
Go ahead, Mayor.
Yeah, Paul, as you bring it back, though, we got to remember that we don't tie all departments into one. When you're saying that you're allowing somebody to promote, I think that works well in public works. But I would meet with police and fire if that's the case. I think you have to have so much tenure even to promote within those departments.
I like Councilman Letham's idea that if it's initiated by supervisors, but not that they don't have that it's not just that they put in there and they do it themselves. And yeah, we definitely have to. I know it gets complicated with police and fire, so definitely make sure that we're compatible with that. And Vice Mayor, I think you have a question.
Go ahead, Shirley.
Has that not happened at the police department, though?
You want to go to?
Good evening again, Mayor and Council. Now I'll talk. So, yes, it has happened. However, the stipulation is like when we did the recent sergeant testing, because we know we have some very talented people, but they haven't necessarily been with the City of Globe for that long of a period of time. We utilize their previous experience in conjunction with the time that they have here at the City of Globe. So they have the experience. Not all of it was within the city, which allowed them to be qualified. And because we have a very young department, and at different stages in the year and a half that I've been here, we've had to make some adjustments that normally we probably wouldn't do if we had the tenure in the department that we would hope to get. So, but as a director, I think it's incredibly important that we have that latitude to be able to do that, so we can create those pathways to evaluate and actually promote from within. And I think it's incredibly important that before we make a final decision on this probationary discussion, that all the directors input, because my needs are significantly different than maybe public works or even fire, for a number of different reasons. So all of this is really workable. I myself have been on probation probably 7 or 8 times in my career, for a year at a time for different promotions. So I'm used to the process, but not everybody has experienced that. So I see the consternation with it.
And Mr. Vice Mayor, members of council, I hate to not allow Chief Robinson a chance to Just how would this fit, or what are our concerns with fire?
Yeah.
Excuse me.
Mr. Vice Mayor, Mr. Mayor, council members, I value the ability to have a probationary period with personnel, while we do our best to develop people to be leaders. There are individuals that I've encountered, not here, previously, that were placed in leadership positions that struggled. They were excellent in the position they were in before. They struggled in a leadership role, because it is different to come in, and especially in an organization as small as we are, to come in and to step up and to lead individuals that you've previously worked with. I do understand, I also have been on probation numerous times for the roles that I've taken on within the department. I do believe that it has value. I do also believe that we need to value the people that we have. We may find an individual that is an excellent firefighter paramedic, but may struggle as a leader, and having the potential to maybe move them back to the role where they were very successful, I believe is valuable in not losing an individual that was otherwise very valuable to our organization. As far as the fire department goes, we have set promotional standards, and we have not faced the challenges as far as recruitment goes that other departments have faced. I think historically the fire service doesn't really face that as much as other places do, but we have held to those standards. I've held to those standards in the promotional process, that processes that we've held and that we've hired from. But I also understand that I understand very much Jerry's point. I understand very much Dale's point. When your organization, when you have moving positions, you need the ability to find talent. You need the ability to select leaders that are going to lead, and that are going to present your organization, and they're going to train people to take their positions down the road.
And Mr. Vice Mayor, members of council, one more director in the room. Do you want to add anything to the comments? Okay.
Okay, so are we done with?
So the takeaway through the nod aheads that we're going to stick with 1 year on newbie promotion and bring back a reduction to 6 months for promotional probations that's compatible with fire, police, and any type of that doesn't hinder to move people up quickly in an organization. Okay, so that would be that. So next item.
Good. That was an hour and 15 on that one.
Okay.
Item F. Council review of the City of Globe 2019-2020 Strategic Action Plan. 1 year update. Paul?
So from the beginning, I had no intention. What I'd like to do, you've gotten a chance to look at this. The changes are originals in black, first round of changes in red, current changes, updates in blue. I didn't want to bring individual department or individual presentations on this. My plan from the beginning was to ask anyone in council if you looked at it, and if you have any questions about any of the items. I got the directors that are responsible here in the room, and they can speak to any questions you may have, anything that you would like to find out about. But no presentation formally.
I don't have any questions, but I just want to thank all of the directors for keeping up on this and keeping track of it moving forward. And am I to assume that Linda, you've been keeping track of it, putting everything in? So I want to thank you and your department and everybody else. Yeah. So this is exactly what I had asked for at a previous council meeting. And I thank you, Paul, for getting that.
Mike?
Yes, Fernando?
I got a suggestion this week from a citizen. and I thought it was kind of a good one.
Okay.
He thought that it might be good for the city of Globe to have a historian, not like a paid position or anything like that, but someone who would kind of take it on to try to record some of the things that are more significant in our community. And I thought that was a really interesting idea. I brought it to Paul's attention. He suggested that this might be a place to bring it up.
Yeah, so Mr. Vice Mayor, members of the council, I think the idea, like say, an unpaid position, that we would have that. I don't know. I don't know exactly how much staff energy it would take. I can't see that it would take that much. I'm not sure of the role of that, but I think to have a go-to person that we can use as a communication tool might be possible, but I haven't had a chance to go too far, and I don't know if you would like to consider adding that now as a something, or maybe have it considered and brought back.
I think personally it's a good idea. I know several people, Fernando, that would probably be interested in that. Are we allowed to mention names or no?
No, I think at this point, yeah, you're fine.
I think like Vernon Perry would be a really good person. There's another, I can't remember her name, but she's on the social site, and she was born and raised in your neighborhood, Charlene. Christine Marin. Yeah, is another one. So I think they could volunteer their time if they're interested. I'm sure Christine would be. Stanley Gibson's another one.
All the history. He's the guy. He's the dude.
Yeah.
I think we could put that together. I think that's a great idea.
Well, then,
Maybe they could work together too.
Right.
Maybe a few of them could work together.
So yeah, we could. So it sounds like there's at least support to bring back a presentation, kind of an outline of what that looks like. Where would it be? How extensive? How much work? What would be the marching orders? And so I don't know that we're ready to add that to the strategic action plan now, but I think with maybe some homework that we could come back and see if council wants to move forward with a official city historian.
Well, we do need to get those file cabinets that Stanley has in his basement.
Yeah.
The 24 of them, or whatever he's got.
The beauty of that is if I'm looking for something, I know where to find it.
He knows how to find it too.
Mayor, do you have anything?
Sorry, I keep forgetting I'm muted. No, I just want to commend all our department heads for, I know this is a lot of work, extra work they have to do, and I think Linda's department is the one that does the inputting on it. I want to thank them for that. I think we're in uncertain times right now, our first quarter as we go through, but I think we need to reevaluate and keep this. I think we missed a quarter or two on the updates. We might have to reevaluate it after the first quarter to see. We might be able to bump some of these things up that we're putting on pause right now.
Okay.
But it does show, as long as we know what our priorities were as far as each council member, and I think they were all identified in there. I think this is a time to bring it up if they weren't identified in there. I mean, we all know what our passion was and what we wanted to see done.
Mr. Mayor, members of council, I mean, and some of these things, anything that was community-based was very tough. More the transactional stuff was a little bit easier to keep going on. But I know fire and police had a lot of community things that they wanted to, and outreach that you just can't do in the middle of a pandemic. And so we tried to note that, and they'll refocus back on that. But yeah, some of the more concrete stuff, Northeast Study is going to be presented here in September. We found and purchased land. I know, Mayor, that we're still working on the bridge and the advertising in the cemetery. Sidewalks have amazingly been still elusive, but we're but we do have a plan, and I should invite you out. So I know I'm forgetting a couple more. But yeah, I mean, it really does help staff. I mean, you give staff a goal, and it gives them something to shoot for and chase after, and getting the Hot 7 kind of helped that too.
Okay. Any further questions? Mike? Nope. No? Caroline, you're good? Okay. On to the next item. We have a special meeting to adopt the final budget and property tax levy.
And Mr. Vice Mayor, let me explain to everyone and those at home watching. You'll open the special meeting, and then you'll open a public hearing, close the public hearing, have the presentation on the budget, and then close the special meeting. And then we'll fall back into the regular meeting.
Okay.
And if there's a whiteboard, I can share that with you. But so
I have to gavel us in.
So yeah, you want to gavel open the special meeting.
Open the special meeting. And item B, we have a public hearing on fiscal year 2020-2021 final budget and fiscal year 2020-21 property tax levy.
And so let us check the board and see if there's anyone that's emailed in. I haven't been following too closely, but did we see anybody sending anything in? Nope.
No.
And no texts or missing phone calls. So, Mr. Vice Mayor, it doesn't look like anyone's reached out to us to participate in the public hearing for adoption of the 2021 budget.
Okay. So we have a consideration.
So now you need to close the public hearing.
Oh yeah, that's right. Okay, I close the special meeting. Then we take into consideration to adopt the final 2020-2021 budget in the amount of $33,390,322, including the adoption of fiscal year 2020 and 2021 property tax levy in the amount of $522,909,000.
And so we have a presentation. I think Jeannie's going to.
Jeannie.
Yep, it's 2 slides.
We have our flags.
Good.
Good evening, Vice Mayor, Mayor, members of the council. So, at the June 22nd council meeting, council adopted our tentative budget, and tonight we're here to adopt the final budget. A very short slide presentation here. So, primary property tax, I can't see that far either, so I've got to pull it up on my computer. The current primary property tax rate is 1.2825 per $100 of assessed value. The proposed tax rate for the new fiscal year is 1.2797. The assessed value of the city has increased from $40,546,984 to $40,861,880. Oh, you know what? That's the wrong. I'm looking at the wrong one on my computer. Okay, so yeah, for an increase of $303,000 in property assessed values. So by slightly reducing the property tax rate, we're just making that adjustment, so there's not really any monetary change in property taxes. What that means is,
even with the decrease,
if a house is,
an increase.
I'm sorry.
Even with the decrease, it's still an increase.
Mm-hmm.
It's an increase in property value. Yes. Right.
And Mr. Mayor, members of council, member Leatham, and so as the valuation goes up, the rate goes down, the levy stays the same, and so in essence, we're not collecting any more money. Yeah, so it's a.
So even with this slight decrease, we'll still get an additional $2,894 in property taxes from what we got last year. And setting the property tax rate at 1.2797 means that if a house is valued at $100,000, the homeowner will now pay $127.97 of local primary property taxes per year, or $10.66 per month. Just a quick recap of our final budget. At the June 22nd meeting, council approved the tentative budget. There have been no changes made to the tentative budget. Final budget amount is $33,390,322. The budget is a roadmap to allocate funds but can be modified per council as circumstances change. And this year, because it's a unique situation, we have put in place an administrative process to monitor and maintain spending, keep it below the COVID-19 estimates until revenue projections increase within 5% of non-COVID projections for 3 consecutive months.
And so I'm going to do a 90-second explanation of that. We built in the original budget model. We took down to 20% for the first 6 months. But when you get into the actual budget passage, you pass the full amount just because you never know where it's going to go back up. The administrative management tool of this is Jeannie and I will meet on a monthly basis with the core departments, so Public Works, Fire, Police, and then everybody that's left, and just check in with their spending and watch those line items and make sure that, some you'll see that's 0, it's going to go to 100 because you write a check for, there's the lease for the evidence room. It's budgeted for the full amount. We write that check. We have to spend that. But other things that we brought down, we're going to watch those line items and make sure that they don't grow above that 80% cap that we put on them and show where we're at with our revenue projection. And as we get closer, and like I say, when will we know this is over? When our revenue is within about 5% of what we projected for the full-blown budget. And that's not just sales tax, but also state shared. And state shared is the tough one because that one is a little bit of a lag. But it's just a way for us to keep a close eye on the budget and make sure we don't overspend in the very front, and then this drags on even longer than we expect, and now we're kind of, we've done the damage. So I think it's new territory. So Jeannie and I will team up to work with everybody, and I think everybody's happy just to have that communication to talk about our budgets.
If you could talk, maybe this isn't spot, but since we're talking about budget, if you could talk about the new position that is on the website and where that money. Yes, and I do have a list of a couple things that I wanted to talk about, and that is one of them. So the we have some reorganizations we'd like to do within the city in the idea of development services, and we know we're starting to use contractors. I know there's a desire to get away from contractors, and I think the discussion came up. There may be some gem out there. There may be somebody out in the living in Globe or living close or wants to move back to Globe. Maybe somebody that was born and raised in Miami and now they want to come here and work. We may find somebody out there that has some qualifications that would help to suit that. We put the full the full range of tasks into that position, put it on the website just to see what's out there. Very clearly, that position that is on the website is not included in this budget. It is not funded. Okay, if we were lucky enough to find somebody that would qualify for that, and we could bring them in, and then based on their skills and what parts they could pick up and what parts they couldn't, then we would come back to council. Obviously to fund it because there is no funding for that position, and then to share with council the reorganization of that of how that would impact the other things. Some of that funding would come from from some of the consultant contracts. We'd hope that would replace that, but that wouldn't. We'd have to see where that would go. So it's something I've done this before. We did this. We had a wastewater Tier 1 to Tier 4 management person that would, if we found somebody, we could replace EUSI and have that full-blown person that lives in Globe and can do all those, eliminating the need for that fund, and so then we just swap the money out. And we posted that, and I think we got about 3 people. 2 didn't really understand the position, and somebody else I think was trying to get some side work consulting anyway. I don't know whether we'll find that or not, but you never know until you post it. And so we're advertising it. We got it on Indeed. We put it down at the league, and just see what's happening. Now, the other one, and I did get that put up today, is a position that's also unfunded. It is not
we do not have the money for it, is a combined building inspector and code enforcement. Primary building, secondarily code. It's a lower level position, but that's something that doing the same thing. If we can find somebody that would fit that need, then we again look at a reorg, bring that back, ask for the funding, but based on what that person could cover. And so we're a little cart before the horse, but again, if there's talent out there, if we can bring them in, if we can, especially in these times, get somebody that we can bring in, I would do the reorg around the skills of that person that we would bring in. But just to repeat, neither of those positions are funded in this budget, and it would have to come back to council because there's no funding for them.
During this interview, if you were to find somebody for either one of those positions, you would then explain to that person that they would not, their job is tentative if council approves.
Oh yeah, yep, yeah, and drag him down here and make him speak, or him or her, you know. So,
it just
but
kind of like
no,
you're not going to apply for a job if it's not funded.
Well, no, it would, but you don't know. I mean, because we could get in the chicken and the egg thing, because if I went and funded these and then never came up, it's going to hold us back. So it called me a little bit out of the box, a little bit trying to, get out there. But we want to kind of go and see who's out there and see who's willing to step up, and let's see what we have. And it would be definitely we would be very clear that this is because if I don't have a person that would really fill that position, again, I don't want to put square peg in a round hole and go through all this work to do this unless we can find that person. But I think that's something that unless we had that person lined up that we really knew to be successful, I wouldn't argue for the position. Okay, because we are tight funding right now.
I have a question too, Paul. Just so the constituents understand, because I've had people approach me about the same item. It's not funded, but if we were to find the person, like you said, this gem, we could then delete some of these.
I would have to see
the consultants or whatever to fund that position. Correct?
We would do some shuffling, we'd do some modifications, and make it work and see what makes sense for the organization and how they fit in. So,
I have some budget questions.
Okay.
Do we want to do that now? Okay. So I would like to see a line item in the budget. I realize it can't be in this budget, but in future budgets for asphalt. I mean, we don't have a line item specifically for that, and we have an awful lot of roads that need an awful lot of work. And I also think we need to look at the HERF's Highway User Revenue Fund. That's really supposed to be used for highways, restructuring, resurfacing, constructing new. I realize we're not doing anything wrong by funding positions and paying for street lighting and doing some of the other things we're doing. I realize we're legally allowed to do that, but I'm of the opinion that we really need to get back to what the Highway User Revenue Fund was started for.
Well, and I don't know. I mean, I don't know at this point, like in this year, how we could do that. Because we would have to. Yeah, I mean, whatever. You would have whatever you take away from from the power and the positions would have to be backfilled with general fund money, and we don't currently have the general fund money to do that significant of a backfill. And so we're straddled to fully utilize her for asphalt because of our weak position in our general fund. And so that's a strategy. But we would love to have more asphalt in that, but we're trying to stitch together a holistic budget that covers all the bases. It's a long-term strategy we've used. Thank you for clarifying it. There's nothing. It's a preference. We're doing it right. We're using it as it's legally allowed. You'd like to just focus that on the asphalt.
Yeah, we're not doing anything that isn't legal.
Thank you for clarifying that.
But let's go 40 years ago when HERF was created. It wasn't created for street lighting and funding.
And 40 years ago, we didn't have PSPRS nightmare. That was.
Well,
I mean, it's.
But we're also using HERF money to fund, people answering phones. That, in my opinion, is not at all what HERF was supposed to be for. And And residents care about their roads. Trust me. There's a lot of, in us three, District 4, District 3, District 5, we're the oldest. I mean, the people settled on Broad and then they went on either side, which is our districts. And we have the worst roads, and I hear it every day about the roads.
They haven't seen the new ones? We have
we have
some of the greatest.
Half of new ones.
Yes.
When there's 2,000 miles of roadway and we only have a mile and a half to do it, it's not real impressive. It is for some folks, but they do. They do. And if we had a line item, it's like the common line thing. Yeah. We have now a line item that we can show people. We've got a plan. We're working on this. Jerry has a 20-year plan, asphalt plan, but the general public doesn't know that. If we had a line item that said we are devoting money to asphalt every year, and that it could fluctuate. Right. But I would really like to see that. And then my other comment is about the Miami tax. Let's talk about the Miami tax. So I might be mistaken, but I thought when this Miami tax first came to our attention, of course, what I said was a couple $100,000. We need asphalt with that money. And I'm almost certain you said at that point, no, we're going to create a fund and call it the Miami Tax Fund. And when it's and we came up with this formula, they're going to repay us over 5 years, I believe.
3, I think.
Okay. Well, however many that once we have the amount, then we are going to determine. The entire council will determine what the money is used for. So I see it though I saw 17,000 in the sewer budget for this year, and I question that.
Most of it ended up in the
where we make money.
Yeah, no, most of it ended up in the backfilling some of the fleet department money because we were treating it as general fund money. But when you say that, it triggers something. You said that earlier. It does trigger something that there may have been something like that if I had said it. I can't remember now. Let us do I talked to Shelley. We're going to do the research and figure that out. If we do, the money's been allocated. We could pull it back. We could figure out a way to make it good. But I think that's something that because there's another year to go. Jeannie, is there another year or is this the last year?
2, isn't it? Isn't there 2 more?
One more after this.
One more after this.
The year we're in is half over, so we have a year and a half.
They're paying $8,000 a month. Yeah.
Yeah. So if
my point then too is
if I broke my promise, we'll make it right. My commitment.
But why did we put any in? I just couldn't. The wastewater is what I saw the amounts in various departments, but in wastewater, I thought, why are we doing that when that is a profit-making fund?
Yeah, I can't answer that, but we can go back. We'll look for it should be captured in the minutes and the record, and then come back with a plan to straighten that out. At least it's up to council. It's commitment to council. Council can either hold its commitment, or it's up to council to reallocate. If that's what council anticipated. And Mr. Vice Mayor, members of council, there were a couple things. Let's see here. The Miami to Councilman Leatham, we're still waiting for the capital asset list that they're pulling together from the auditors. Did you have Jeannie? The auditors are pulling that together?
No, I'm pulling it together.
You're pulling together. Oh, okay, and we'll get that on that. Let's see the only other question about the miscellaneous funds, and which leads me to, I think there are 2 miscellaneous funds, one in PD and I think one in admin. But I do know that the one in PD was set aside for equipment, which brings me to now we've been really good about not changing anything through this budget, and right now, from the tentative budget to now, nothing has changed. One of the things that in this process of everything going on in the nation, I started thinking more and more about the decision we had made prior on body cams for PD. Body cams used to be something that were not as they had their place, but now I think they're more heightened at a political level because of the need for instant information to clarify and get it out there, so that if you don't tell your story, somebody else will. And we've seen that go horribly wrong. I think officers are more open to that. I want to let Chief Walters talk about that, but I will tell you what I'm asking before he talks about it. If council is willing not to change the budget right now, but to give direction to come forward with some shuffling. There's about 10,000 in miscellaneous. There's some money that's floating around that was donated. The bottom line for, is it Axios? Axel, whatever he said. It's $24,000 a year for 19, I think, body cams over a 5-year period. It's much more affordable than we recall. And so if we can stitch together the 10,000 that's in the operational budget, the donation to get that started, and I can find 10,000 more, I think we can do this year. But it will be something that's an ongoing contract. But I'd like to let Chief Walters talk about why him and I at the same time came to this conclusion that that was something we left out of the initial budget, that we feel if we're probably going to need to buy them sometime, and if we don't buy them now, we're going to wish we did. Jeez. And Danny, if you want to pull the slide down, we can put the council members back up.
Good evening again, Vice Mayor and Council. So, as we're all acutely aware of the ongoing narrative across the nation concerning law enforcement and the need for improvements and things like that, one of the key aspects of it is transparency and accountability. Coming from an agency that went full deployment early on with body-worn cameras, we recognized the benefits to the community as a whole, to the city, and to the officers wearing these cameras on a day in and day out basis. It just naturally increases the accountability and the transparency of the agency. It provides, I think, a level of safety for the officers, and it absolutely provides an avenue for accountability and to hold ourselves at a higher standard. When I first got here, there were a number of things that needed to be addressed within the police department, and this is going to be an ongoing process for a while. And as last year's end-of-year assessment outlined some of the things that we've accomplished and some of the goals that we were moving forward to, this year we'll do the same thing, and we had to prioritize those. We were getting close to the point where body-worn cameras were going to be coming up on next year's budget, but obviously because of issues surrounding law enforcement and the general public and overall national sentiment, we felt it was imperative that we move forward this year to go full deployment with the department. So one of the things that we did is we worked with Axon, who has been a great partner. I've worked with them for years. And we've got some information back I provided with Paul. And part of this cost is a full deployment, but with Axon trainers coming out and upgrading our personnel and training them to be able to not only utilize the equipment, but to track it, do some of the redactions and things like that as we move forward. And it's an ongoing commitment with Axon because the digital technology will be stored in evidence.com, which is a cloud-based storage program that is a proven program. So I think it's a good thing organizationally. It's ahead of schedule, but it is somewhere we needed to be. And this is a good time to do it if we're able to. Any questions?
Go ahead, Shirley.
Is that, what did you say, evidence.com?
Yes.
Okay. Is that is there a cost associated with that?
There is, and it's rolled into the yearly cost of the actual cameras. But it's a long-term commitment. So I want council to be well aware of that. This is going to be something that once we start dumping that much data into evidence.com, we'll need to maintain that.
So then can you kind of, I'm envisioning this body camera, which to me is, big. What? I mean, really, what are they? Yeah, can you
They're
tell
very
us what they
they're
are?
very small. There's a couple of different models, but the one we'll most likely go with are the lapel cameras. They sit on the shoulder. They capture what's ahead of the officer. The intent behind them is there's a backup. There's a 30-second backup. So when I hit the camera to turn it on, it will back up 30 seconds. So like on a traffic stop, if I'm getting ready to conduct a traffic stop, when I hit it, it will catch what I'm doing in the car before I get out and throughout the entire stop. And then it's same thing with going up to a domestic or other calls and things like that. There'll be policies put in place that if we're having contact with the general public, whether it's a traffic stop or a call for service, the policies would be adhered to make sure the cameras are turned on. There will be a grace period for a while because this is a new piece of technology that these officers will have to get used to. But the officers will get used to it really quick. It won't inhibit their ability to do what they need to do.
So it won't be on all the time.
No.
They turn it on.
They do turn it on. There's different levels. Technology changes every day. There are some agencies that as soon as they get a call for service, the camera kicks on. So it captures everything that they're doing on the way. We're probably not there yet with our technology here. But the intent would be is they would turn it on as soon as they, get ready to make contact with the general public. The best example I can give you is the incident that we had last December. It would have been beneficial for the city, the officer, and the family involved if we would have been able to have video of that entire incident from its get. It turned out that we had a couple of eyewitnesses and some partial video from a business, but it would have been greatly beneficial, particularly to the family.
I'm understanding that the cost is going to be rolled in with the data storage collection.
Correct.
Is that going to increase then every year as more data is poured in there, or is it a maintained price with a limited amount of space?
This is set for the next 5 years, and then they'll reevaluate it, and we'll bid out the following 5. So we'll renew every 5 years and then go from there. So currently right now, with the proposal that was put forward, it's $117,477.38 for 5 years, and that breaks down to $23,308.78 every year for those 5 years.
And it's unlimited storage at that point?
Right now, they'll take on. I would have to get more deep into it, but right now they will take every bit of that we put into it. They'll reevaluate it. I mean, if we're producing the amount of data that a 60-man department produces at a 23-man department, we might have to adjust some stuff, but they take that in consideration when they bid this out.
And will the data then just be stored there until you decide you want to pull it out, or does it record over itself at a certain time?
So the data stays there. There's different rules that govern the data as it's in there. If it's something that's case relevant and evidence based, then it stays there for whatever the retention period is. But if it's just something we get a call for service on a welfare check, and I talk to Mrs. Smith, and we record it, and it turns out that Mr. Smith was found and he was fine, and it was just a misunderstanding, that data there'll be a time limit on it.
And evidence, Martinez will be in charge of that then? Mr. Martinez will be in charge of that then, to decide what gets deleted, what doesn't get deleted, or is that up to?
No, he is not in charge of what gets deleted or what doesn't get deleted. There will be somebody that will be put in place in charge to kind of manage it, and the management from the police department standpoint in-house is more for servicing the FOIs and stuff like that come through the police department. It'll be individual case management on what gets restored or not, just like it is now on different evidence that we take in by the individual officers.
Okay, thank you.
What if a camera breaks or gets shot? Whatever. All these things could happen to an officer.
Well, hopefully none of that happens. but then we would have to replace it. But honestly, the camera replacement is probably the least of the expense.
Ready to jump?
Yeah, thank you. So after 5 years, then you're looking for a renegotiation of another block of years, or how does that work?
So what I've seen is, because I've been dealing with Axon since it started as TASER. We were one of the first agencies where I came from to be fully deployed with TASER. And they are cutting edge. They are constantly trying to improve, working with the law enforcement community to come up with new ways to better service both the law enforcement needs and the needs of the community. So they will adjust and they will change. And it's just like any other bit of technology that you get, Councilman, that over a short period of time, it changes drastically because of new breakthroughs and things like that. And so they'll offer a new product out there, but they normally give you kind of a menu on what best suits your organization. Axon does an amazing job, and they're very forward-thinking, and they work extremely well to meet the needs of the individual agencies. So I think we'll be fine with it, but could there be an increase in cost? Yeah, I would imagine there could be.
Would you see the technology changing so much that after 5 years you may have to just totally revamp the equipment and go with upgraded equipment?
Well, what I've seen the technology change with this particular technology is the ease in what they're allowing us to redact information before we put it out, and things like that. So they've really worked hard on that. I see maybe the hardware stuff changing for more compatibility for the day in and day out use, but it's not going to. I don't think it's going to impact anything that we have in storage, but it could impact stuff as we move forward, recording new material or utilizing new equipment. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, and a 5-year contract is that a standard kind of a contract?
It's fairly standard, particularly when it comes to technology-based equipment, because within 5 years you're going to see significant changes, and so that's kind of where we're at. In talking to the sales rep on this, we're kind of getting in on the beginning of the new change, so we'll be fairly well set for the next 5 years. So I think we'll be good.
Okay, all right, thank you.
And Mr. Vice Mayor,
I'm going to ask Fernando, do you have anything?
I was actually going to ask, at what point, or does it ever become part of public domain? So whatever, or I don't know, I guess it's the FOIA stuff. If cameras are worn by officers, can the public just say, I want to see the feeds and I want to watch them?
No.
Or does it have to be on a need to know? Because, I mean, media seems to get these recordings, and so I just don't know how that works.
It's not publicly aired. If we get a proper Freedom of Information Act request and it fits within the guidelines as set forth by policy and review of our attorneys, a redacted version of the video can be released out. So there are aspects that will be released, but it's not going to be publicly aired or just readily available. There is a process to obtain it.
Okay.
Mayor, do you have anything?
Yes, I do. Chief Walters, now the annual cost, that includes the purchase of the cameras also. I don't know if I missed that, right?
Yes, sir, it does. And it also includes a representative from Axon coming out and providing training for the entire department.
Okay. Yeah, and I know you're putting that off a year, but I think in the times we live in now, in what we're seeing and witnessing throughout the country, you know, I think we need that transparency. We need that protection, not only for the person being arrested, but I think we need that protection also and transparency for our officers to protect our officers. So I think that's going to be standard equipment. I think it's more of an insurance that's going to be a standard piece of equipment that police officers will need to wear. I hope that we could transfer or look for that money to initiate that program now.
Thank you, sir.
Is there any other questions?
Mr. Vice Mayor, members of the council, when in communication with the league, they're looking at and future there likely will be legislation next year at the state level mandating cameras, so we'd be ahead of the curve there. I know that one of our Arizona congressmen is pushing right now for nationally requiring all municipalities to move towards cameras. And so that, it's, again, if we're going to do it, better do it now, because it can, I'll tell you, the things that we can avoid can get pretty pricey when there's disputes and things. So I think that we'll be saving us money in the long run by having this tool available and this transparency available now.
I have a comment, Mr. Vice Mayor.
Go ahead.
So, I'm thinking about all this as we're talking about this. We live in a wonderful community. We can find the rest of that money. I mean, if our budget does not allow for the entire amount, whatever it is we're lacking, we can gather that up. I know we can. So let us make that a priority.
Yeah, and I, like I say, things were happening, as we put in this budget together with a lot of things with COVID, with a lot of different issues going on, and I just realized that it slipped, that this is something we probably should have done in the original. I think it was the only miss that I can think of after worrying about this.
You mean besides asphalt?
No, besides the Miami money.
Oh.
That was a miss, I think. So, is Jeannie still back there? Is she looking at me?
She's frowning. No, she's laughing. She's laughing. It's all-
She came from the Jerry Barnes School of Scowling.
Jeannie doesn't have a side eye. She doesn't have one.
Okay, are we good?
Almost a perfect budget.
Can you go ahead and close the meeting?
Yes. No, we have to vote. You have to vote to adopt the budget. So, do we need to do a roll call?
He has one more thing.
I have one more thing.
Oh,
Jeannie has one more.
Okay.
Thank you, Mayor and Council Vice Mayor.
I do want to point out that, and I'm probably going to butcher the name, but there is still $3,000 in the one of the donations from the Iglesia Ni Cristo Church.
Oh, Al can say that well.
Yeah. And I did forget to include that in the budget. So when that $3,000, when it's ready to be spent, if we can't cover it somewhere within an existing budget, then I will ask council to let us take it out of contingency.
Did you say 3 or 30?
3.
3.
Oh.
Yeah. So, and to the mayor's point, and Jeannie reminded me that we had this conversation. We had committed that donation money would be used to something to help the community, something we normally wouldn't have purchased. And I think we need to find a way to allow that to continue. And so at some point, if there is a need for that type of spending, we will find a place to pull that money and make that happen. But again, that was. I'm not necessarily talking about the body cams. That was money we should have rolled over and isolated that $3,000, make it available. We can still make that happen. It's just going to be a little bit more clumsier.
Okay.
Jeannie, anything else that we talked about?
I believe that covers everything.
So, any
other?
I have a quick question, Mike.
Go ahead, Fernando.
Jeannie, when you were doing the property taxes, and I've seen it where property values go up just a little bit, so we adjust it to try to keep it level. But if it goes the other way, do we do the same thing and then raise it to try to keep it level, or do we just let it drop?
No, I believe it didn't it go up a little bit last year? I think it did. And we raised the rate, but managed to keep it within the parameters to where we were basically making an adjustment so people weren't paying more.
No, so if the property values go down instead of up,
it's up to the council.
Do we adjust the tax rate to go higher to keep it about the same, or do we not do that? Because I know we'd lower it so that the property value.
That decision would be up to council. Last year we took it up to the maximum allowable amount without having to do truth and taxation. And truth and taxation would require some public hearings and So we took it to the maximum allowable increase where we did not have to do that. And that put us at the level that we needed to be for last year. Even with new construction revenue that's come into the county, we still have that slight decrease this year.
So, and Mr. Mayor, members of council, Councilman Shipley, I believe in a broader term, if we're going forward with a levy, whatever the evaluations go, if the assessments go down, then we take the rate up to keep the same levy.
Okay, that's the question.
Yeah.
Okay.
And you, because I know where you're going with this, because everybody goes, oh, you raised property taxes, and it's like, no, we adjusted the rate to balance with the assessments to keep the same levy. We're taking the same amount of money, but it gets to a linguistic thing. I will tell you that we do have the capacity, if we wanted to go with a truth in taxation, we could. We do have the capacity to go up to, what is it, 790,000? I'm sorry, 790,000, I think, if we wanted to go from the 520. But that would be a decision in the future. We're not doing it here. We have that capacity. It's something that this council has not taken advantage of. But that in one of the Auditor General forms, you'll see the max capacity. I think it's 790. That we could go, but no one has chosen to take that because, again, it's something. It's just not a choice that you would like to do right now, which is to raise property. That would be a raise in property tax. But we're adjusting the rate to keep the same levy. You know, although it's linguistic, it technically is not raising the taxes on the people.
Okay. Do we need a motion?
We're going to. Any further questions? All in favor signify aye.
Wait.
Need a motion.
Need a motion.
I'll move to approve the budget.
I'll second.
Did we have? I don't think we had. Did we have a motion prior? I don't think we had a motion.
We have a motion.
Yeah. So you were going straight to the vote. We need to do the motion second.
Okay. Do we have a motion to pass the budget?
Fernando did.
Fernando did.
Yeah.
Yes, he seconded.
Okay. Okay. Motion passes.
Okay, so I.
Let's
okay.
start again.
No, I know you got up at 3. So the motion, Fernando, the motion, need a second, and then all in favor say aye.
I second.
Okay, all in favor signify aye.
But so you need a second though still.
I
They
did.
had a second.
Okay, have a second. Okay, so I'm not.
Second.
Now you can.
All in favor signify aye.
Aye.
Any
Aye.
opposed say nay. Any abstaining? Motion passes.
Okay. Between
Now
my
I
bad.
can go ahead and close the meeting, right?
Yes. Now you can close.
Meeting closed.
And now we're back into the regular council meeting. Yeah. Between my bad hearing and
Now,
I know you've been up for a long time, so.
now on to the consent calendar. Matters listed under the consent calendar are considered to be routine and will be enacted by one motion and one vote. Public hearing items are designated with an asterisk. Prior to consideration of the consent agenda, the mayor will ask whether any member of the public wishes to remove a public hearing item for separate consideration. Members of the council and or staff may remove any item for separate consideration. Item A, consideration of waiver of Section 2-4-10 prior discussion rule to allow action on the balance of the consent agenda. 1. Accounts payable, $2,253,959,000.18. 2. Consideration of approval of council minutes. A. April 2nd, 2020 special meeting minutes. B. Consideration of agreements and purchases less than $25,000. C. Council will consider and possibly approve fiscal year 1920 third quarter distribution of bed tax funds in the amount of $7,817.19 for the third quarter to the Glow Miami Regional Chamber of Commerce to be paid from account number 10-51-51900, General Fund Community Organizations. D. Consideration of the Burger King sign permit application for a sign over 100 square feet. E. Council will consider the donation of cloth shades to the Globe dog park through funds raised by park supporters. Do I have any questions?
Mr. Vice Mayor, if there are no questions or comments, I motion that we approve the consent agenda as read.
Second.
Okay, I have a first and a second. All in favor signify aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. Any abstaining? Motion passes. On to new business. A. Discussion and consideration of ordinance number 864, property tax rate adjustment for fiscal year 2020-2021 from 1.2825 to 1.2797 levied on each $100 of the assessed value of all property, both real and personal, within the corporate limits of the City of Globe. Shelley, can you read the ordinance, please?
Yes, sir, Mr. Vice Mayor. Ordinance number 864, an ordinance of the Mayor and Council of the City of Globe levying upon the assessed valuation of the property within the City of Globe, subject to taxation, a certain sum upon each $100 of valuation sufficient to raise the amount estimated to be required in the annual budget, less the amount estimated to be received from other sources of revenue, providing funds for the general municipal expenses for the fiscal year ending the 30th day of June 2021. Is council pleased with that reading?
Yes.
And Mr. Vice Mayor, members of council, this is new business. This is the adoption of the rate and the lowering by about 0.75% of a cent. And we'll have to come back. It's an ordinance, and so it has to be read twice. And other than questions which Jeannie and can answer, or Shelley, the motion would be to bring this back the next available meeting for final approval would be the motion. So to move this forward to the next available meeting for final approval would be the motion. Ordinance number 864.
Mr. Vice Mayor, there's no other questions or comments. I motion to accept and move forward Ordinance 864 to the next available meeting.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. All in favor signify aye.
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 Any opposed, say nay. Any abstaining? Motion passes. Okay, item B. Discussion and consideration by council to award at the next regular council meeting contract number CS-2020-0024 to Arrowhead Environmental LLC for the Pinnell Creek WWTP Permanent Oxidation Ditch Electrical Instrumentation Aeration and Mixing Equipment Installation Project in the amount of $268,508, which includes a 10% owner's contingency from account number 51-80-53000 wastewater contingency. Jerry?
Vice Mayor, members of the council. So, this was brought to you a couple times in last year's budget. Once as a consent when we asked for advertisement. The other time as a CIP item. We chose to bring it forward as a new item. This time I'm asking, Paul gave me permission to ask that you waive the rules on this because I do have a contractor ready to go. But let me explain it. This is to install all the equipment that we bought to convert the oxidation ditch over to the new aeration system. So the money is was in last year's CIP. It will be moved back into the wastewater contingency. And because I failed to move that one forward, we're going to take it out of the contingency item, which has plenty of funding in it. So basically we're doing this.
So
you don't want to move it to the next. You want to waive the rules.
I would like to waive the rules and get the contractor started on it.
Mr. Mayor, members of council, my thought on this is we have had it in different variations. it is a $268,000 contract, and I just want to make sure, total transparency, it should be council's decision, not staff's decision. So we didn't want to recommend moving it. We didn't want to be presumptuous. The other nuance is, normally, if something is approved in the budget and then comes back at another meeting, that's a second read. But since this is being asked to be funded the same night that we approve the budget, I see it as so. I just want to, out of transparency and clarity, I wanted to let it be council's decision whether you want to waive the rule or not.
So background a little bit. We've had we went out to advertise and accepted 4 bids. We went through the vetting process. The lowest apparent bidder that made it through the vetting process was Arrowhead Environmental LLC for the amount of $268,508, which includes a 10% owner's contingency. And like I say, that's to be taken out of the wastewater contingency fund, which is where the other money went back to.
So just can carry forward.
Yeah. So I missed it when we did the budget. I missed it. So.
Question, Freddie?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. So looking at the bids, I see that we have a local bidder that was very close. Was there any extenuating circumstances that would not have us look at a local?
I don't know if I can answer that or not.
Normally, we have about a 3.2% variance that would be for local sales tax, local in the city and county. But I don't know. I don't remember off the top of my head if that was within that framework. Usually, we catch that if it's so close.
3% of the lowest bid.
So Jeannie tells me I can answer that question. So
okay.
so that that particular contractor, his bid was incomplete and it was thrown out.
Okay.
So
fair enough.
Yeah.
Complete.
So there were extenuating circumstances. All right. Thank you.
For me.
Okay.
Fernando, do you have any questions?
Nope, I'm good.
Okay. Mayor? No, you're muted.
No, I don't at this time. I did review it, did research on it.
Well, I move then that we go ahead and award this contract as stated and waive the rules.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. All in favor signify aye.
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 Any opposed, say nay. Any abstaining? Motion passes. Okay, now we're on to action items. A, discussion and consideration of resolution number 1815 to approve designating the city's fire chief, Gary Robinson, as the city's agent to the Arizona Department of Emergency and Military Affairs, DEMA, for applying for grants through the DEMA grant portal. Chief Robinson?
Mr. Vice Mayor, council members, Mr. Mayor. One of the requirements.
Vice Mayor.
Sorry, can you read the resolution?
Yeah. Thank you.
Chief.
Resolution number 1815, a resolution of the Mayor and City Council of the City of Globe, Arizona, approving the designation of applicant's agent form submission to the Arizona Department of Emergency and Military Affairs, which designates the city's fire chief as the city's agent for applying for certain public assistance, and authorizing the mayor and fire chief to execute and deliver said application on behalf of the City of Globe. Is council pleased with that reading?
Yes. Thank you, Shelley. Go ahead, Chief. Sorry.
No worries. One of the requirements that FEMA has in place with many of the grant processes that you can go through and apply for is for the city to have a designated agent for that grant process to go through the Arizona Department of Emergency and Military Affairs, which is the state's agent for receipt of and dispersion of FEMA FEMA funds. This would simply designate currently me as that agent. If I'm not mistaken, we can, other organizations that are eligible for funding could submit stuff and be given a password to access the portal to apply for funding and stuff like that. We just have to have a designated agent in place for receipt of that fund. This would include money that we are or potentially are eligible for COVID response through the public assistance program.
And we have filed all of the paperwork with DEMA that was required, with the exception of this one form that required the resolution.
Okay. Do you have any questions for the Chief? No? Fernando, any questions?
No, I'm good.
How about you, Mayor?
I'm good.
Okay. Do I have a motion?
So moved as stated.
Second. Okay, I have a motion and a second. All in favor signify aye.
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 Any opposed say nay. Any abstaining? Motion passes. Thank you, Chief. Okay. Item B, consideration and possible approval for amendment number 1 to contract number PS-2019-0008 for an on-call civil engineering support services with Richard Powers Consulting, ELLC, to extend the contract term for one additional year in the amount not to exceed $58,000 to be funded out of account number 10-61-51234, Public Works Contractual Services, and number 21-80-52201, Upper Pinnell Creek Bridge, with possible WIPA reimbursement and or grant reimbursement. Jerry?
Mr. Vice Mayor, members of council, this is time for renewals for these consultants, so begin the fiscal year. And Rick Powers is our consultant that we use to manage the Connie's Bridge. He's also somebody we use to chase grants and so forth. He was instrumental in getting the $1 million for the Cottonwood Bridge, and so we use him in quite a few different places. That's why there's a couple different funding sources. But his primary goal for this year will be the Connie's Bridge. Last year we underran his contract quite a bit. We just kind of use him as we need him. But we've got him on a couple of different things this year. I know that he's on an intersection and he's on a wall and he's doing a couple things that I don't have time to do. So, very good at this. And I think for his talent level, this is a great contract.
And he's local.
Yeah, and he's local.
Any questions?
I have a comment.
Go ahead, Charlene.
So Rick is a great guy with a lot of contacts that really benefits the city.
Yes, he is.
So that said, I move that we go ahead and approve this contract as stated.
Second. Okay, I have a motion and a second. All in favor signify aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed say nay. Any abstaining? Motion passes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jerry. You must be up for the next one. Item C, consideration and possible approval of amendment number 1 to contract number PS-2019-0047 for on-call civil engineering support services with Tally Ho Engineering and Consulting to extend the contract term for one additional year in the amount not to exceed $58,000 to be funded out of accounts number 10-61-51234, Public Works Contractual Services, number 50-80-51234, water contractual services, and number 51-80-51234, wastewater contractual services with possible WIFA reimbursement and or grant reimbursement. Sounds just like I just read that.
Yeah, real similar. Another local guy, Talmadge Hansen.
Right.
And Talmadge specializes mainly for us for our water and wastewater. He does a lot of the water and sewer line designs for repair and replacement. He also manages our GIS, and he's been instrumental in our workforce work order program. So he does a lot of computer work for us as well. He has been very instrumental over the last year. Again, we did not utilize his full contract last year, and part of that is because we funded it through other locations as well, WIFA and so forth. And anyway, this is a great value for the city. It allows us $58,000 is a very low amount, as a for instance, just to design the Wallaman line that he did in 2 weeks for us. And so we get a great value from Mr. Hansen.
Vice Mayor?
Yes, sir, Mayor.
Yeah, question for Jerry. Jerry, are we using Telly-Ho for the Connie's Bridge at all? Any part of that?
If we do, Mayor, it will be for utility relocations and utility layouts. So mainly for the GIS. The Connie's Bridge will mainly be managed by Rick Powers and myself.
Okay. Thank you.
His expertise is more in utilities than it is transportation.
Charlie?
I just have a comment. So Talmadge and Rebecca Hansen, live here, bought a building in our downtown, are totally renovating the building to have their business in our downtown. I mean, these folks are really assets to our community. And they have all those cute little kids that are going to be the future leaders, like the Wong boys are.
Engineer. Sure,
yeah.
One of them's going to be an engineer.
Yeah, I mean, it's all good. It's all good. So, really, this is the epitome, as with Rick. These are local folks that live in our community, are invested in our community, and care about our community, and they're looking out for all of our residents' interests. I truly believe that. So with that said, I'd like to move that we go ahead and extend Tally-Ho's contract.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. All in favor signify aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. Any abstaining? Motion passes.
Thank you.
Thanks, Jerry. Item D. Review and possible award of contract agreement number CA-2020-0029 with Janney Serve Incorporated to provide janitorial services to various departments within the City of Globe in an amount of $19,356 per year beginning August 1st, 2020, and budgeted in the individual department budgets, contractual services accounts. Paul?
Mr. Vice Mayor, members of council, we had this discussion, had a good discussion about the merits of this, and we all have some different opinions on that. But the final take was for 3-day-a-week service for City Hall, 3-day-a-week service for for police department, and 3-day-a-week service for the library. We also had on there initially the museum, but the museum asked to be removed. I think we talked about that already. So we're at that. The only change, and so that got us down to that 19,356 figure for the annual contract. The only question that came up was the idea that the library is a public facility and probably one of the highly used and most, has the most entertaining stories about bathrooms. Maybe I don't know how you. That's probably not a good way to put it, but it's late. But they have their challenges in keeping the bathroom clean. Not that the staff there doesn't do a really great job, but the goal, and this was brought up by the mayor, the goal was that the staff can focus on doing what they need to do and have the bathrooms cleaned. We don't believe that going every other day with the library bathrooms is going to be capable, and then you'll have staff having to go back in there and do it on the off days. And so we got a price for adding 5-day-a-week service at the library for the public bathroom, like say PD and City Hall or quasi-public. Jeannie, what was the amount for that annual to add on that?
It would increase by $4,800 a year for a total of $24,156 for all facilities for a year.
Now, the only other question is, we're starting August 1st, but I don't believe that the library will be open. And so what I would like to ask is I don't know what that price would be if we prorated it, pushed it back a little bit, but if it's we'd like to get this going just because of the hygiene and everything going on. We have the money. We wanted to move on this. If you could stipulate an additional $4,800 and see if we could negotiate an item where it started when we knew when the library was going to be open. It probably, I don't know if it'd be that same amount, but if that's council's pleasure is to fund for 5 days a week, we could do that, or we can stick with the contract right now. And still, we probably need to talk about the opening date on there. So the discussion before you vote would be whether you want to up the library to 5 days a week. And since Mayor brought that up, I'd defer to the mayor. May want to comment on that, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, the reason I brought that up is I'm concerned about the library because they get a tremendous amount of foot traffic through there, and sometimes those bathrooms become very well. I just think that the ladies working there or the people working there, they do not have the proper equipment to go there sometimes and clean those bathrooms unless we supply them with that. So I think, them having to go in there and clean those, we ought to consider them for 5 days a week.
I agree.
I do have a question.
Sure.
This company is a local company?
It is not a local company, but the crews that they use are local hires.
So they're based out of the valley?
No, the company is based out of the valley, but the employees live locally, and they also work at they do the county also. And so that's why this contract was able, because he has the ability to expand the use of his staff and bring them here. And Jeannie, did any other comments? You talked to him more than I have about his staff. They are local, correct?
The staff is local. When I worked at the county, they cleaned all the time there. They did a great job. And Paul, also maybe one thing you might want to think about, since we don't know when the library is going to open, it's an additional $400 a month upcharge if we go 5 days. Instead of saying, stipulating 4,800.
So we could do it it would be by the month rather than the, but so I think we would have to, the only thing we need to do is add the cap, even if we put not to exceed, 24,356, that would put it so we can work it out and have the funds available. Probably not going to spend it all. And that would give us to float it out. But we may look at only 10 months at 400 extra. And we might look at, do we want to have the library started? Well, anyways, I think if we want to get through tonight, I think a motion, if you want to include that, a motion to add 5,000 additional and let us have staff work out the details. How would that be? Jesse can put this together in his head. So, okay.
Question? When they clean here, they're going to clean the public bathrooms out there, right?
I believe that was...
that part of the deal?
Not to my knowledge.
I think that's considered a park bathroom. and they're because the crew's going around 7 days a week doing that one.
Okay.
Are they? No, they're not. They're not. John, they're not. Are they doing that? Is it open on the weekends? Yeah. So I think Jerry said we're putting 60 hours in, man hours a week, sanitizing all public restrooms and all playground equipment during this period. We wouldn't do it all the time, but during now. But no, that would be included as done by
our people.
By our people.
So with the additional, I'm sorry, go ahead. With the additional 4,800, it brings the total to 24,156. Jeannie? With the additional 4,800, it brings the grand total to 24,156. Okay, and you want
that? That would be the maximum I think we would ever spend on this, and if you motion at that amount, we'd be fine.
There's no other comments, questions, Vice Mayor. I move that we award contract agreement number CA 2020-0029 with Johnny Service Incorporated to provide general services to various departments within the City of Globe, an amount not to exceed 24,156.
Second.
All right, a motion and a second. All in favor signify aye.
Aye. Aye. Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. Any abstaining? Motion passes.
And Mr. Mayor, members of council, that is still lower than the money we had budgeted in the budget.
Okay.
So then we have. Go ahead.
Are you going to take over now?
No. Sorry.
It's a little late, Paul.
Sorry.
Late agenda items is the next item on the agenda. Do we have any late agenda items?
So, and Mr. Vice Mayor, members of council, first off, you have as our late agenda policy, this was put in at the request of the city manager at the last minute. We felt it was important since our phone system is on its last legs and the voicemail is down. We pulled together the quote, and so this is something that you don't have to hear it's late agenda item. So first, do you want to hear a presentation on the request for a new phone system?
Yes.
Okay, so we got one no and so what this would be, I'm going to give a quick overview, and then Danny can answer any specific questions. This is a voice over IP rather than a landline copper system. Crescendo is one that Danny had picked through a competitive bid to put in PD last year in December. PD's been very happy with it. It utilizes newer technology. Ours is 20 years old. This would buy the equipment, the service from the provider, and actually rewire City Hall. But the equipment and the service is citywide. It's all the different sites. It's so Public Works. Danny, what sites would this cover? Pitch it to Danny.
This would replace the phone systems for pretty much any office, any site that the city has. This is the police substation, the fire department, Public Works, fleet, BESH, Cutter Wells, wastewater treatment, anything that police property. Nope, they're already included though. But pretty much any place that the city currently has a phone system, this will be replacing it. And in fact, I believe like Fleet currently doesn't have any desk phones at all. I've included them to give them a few desk phones and one out in their bay so that they have communications besides cell phones at their disposal.
And PD's been happy with this?
To the best of my knowledge, I've other than some training issues where people didn't know how to use some of the more advanced features, to the best of my knowledge, police has been very satisfied with it.
Vice Mayor and Council, we've been extremely happy. There has been a learning curve because we're a little slower than everybody else, but we are very happy with the phone system inside the police department.
So this is a action item, correct?
This would be, yes, it'd be a waive the rule because
Right.
we can't really wait. And Danny, how close to dying is our current phone system?
The current phone system at City Hall, it was actually down for a couple days 3 weeks ago. They had Herb's phone service, who we've called, I guess, for the last 20 years. He sent a technician up, and he got it running again. The following week, it went down again. Right now, we currently do not have a voicemail system at City Hall because one of the pieces of our phone system has failed, and they had to order. They could have ordered us a new one, but I knew we'd already had a budget to replace the phone system, so I had him order a used part to get it back serviceable until we get the new phone system in. But as we are right now, our phone system works as long as someone answers it, because there is no voicemail currently. That should be fixed next week as a stopgap until we get the new, till we expand the Crescendo system to the rest of the city.
And so that's why we asked to bring it forward. We couldn't get it all worked out in time for the regular agenda, but I felt it was important because of our current situation. And I don't know if Councilman Shipley had a question.
Fernando, do you have any questions?
No, I'm good.
Mayor?
Yeah, question. So this fund, what's the amount on it?
Grand total, I think, is 37,000.
Okay, so we would pull that from whatever was approved in contingency budget?
No, this is coming. This has already been budgeted for 35,000 in the budget, but there'll be a cost savings in a $10,000 in other phone services that we'll be discontinuing, and so that last little bit will come from what we turn off. Danny, what is it we turn off when we do?
Right now, take the City Hall, for example. We pay Sparklight, formerly Cable One, for both internet service and phone service. So the number of phone lines we have, I believe we have 6 phone lines coming into the city that cost us $50 a month. Once we have the Crescendo system in place, those 6 phone lines can be turned off, as well as the 2 fax lines that we're paying for. So this is a replacement of existing services at a lower fee. I believe what we figured out when we looked at this last year, I haven't looked at the numbers again yet, but I believe last year we figured out that once you get past the cost of the hardware, the service fees are going to save us roughly $4,000 to $5,000 a year, because what we're currently paying for our landline service, the Crescendo service fees themselves are much less expensive.
So, Mr. Mayor, to your question, this is currently budgeted in the budget, and we're now just going through with the process of actually expending the budget. So the appropriation's there. We just have to make the purchase from the budget we just passed tonight.
Do you hear about that, Mayor?
Yeah, I'm good now. That's a question I had.
Ready?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Danny, a couple questions. Who's going to manage the system? Crescendo?
I will have administrative access to it. Anything that is above and beyond my expertise, they do offer full support. But it'd be me administering it to a certain degree. You know, if I just need to make small changes to an extension here, or assign a new phone to someone. But anything of a major issue, that's where I go to Crescendo for support. But as a phone system, once you have it configured, there shouldn't be much management needed. I'm kind of like our phone system now. As long as it doesn't break, there's no management needed of it. So yeah, small changes fall to me. Anything of a major reconfiguration or God forbid a failure goes to Crescendo.
Okay, and so I take it there's tech support then from Crescendo.
Yes.
And is that amount included in this cost?
Yeah, that's part of the service fee that we're paying for. Yes.
Okay, and is there a timeline for that? The service or the tech support? Like an expiration, I guess that's what I'm asking.
No, as long as we're contracted with them. In our current contract, when we put it in place with the police department, we signed a 60-month contract, and that was back in December. What we'll be doing is expanding the existing service to cover the rest of the city, so that everything will fall under that same 60-month contract that we're already 7 or 8 months into.
Okay, I just want to make sure we got some coverage there.
And Danny, before you go, did you line this up for the library too?
I line it up with every office that we have phone coverage with, and I don't believe that they follow. I believe theirs is through the county.
Yeah, that's what I was. Because Adria just texted me and asked me, will the new phone system go to the library as well? I just asked her if it goes to the county. Did she leave the meeting? Oh, she's not back there anymore.
Now,
Okay.
with this phone system,
Yeah, so it does give the county does give us phone system.
we could expand it to them if they so desired. The telephones themselves, once they're configured, you can put them anywhere you have internet access, essentially, and they'll connect back to our phone system. For example, if I took the desk phone sitting in front of Shelly right now, I could take it home, plug it into my network at home, and it will work just the same. It doesn't know where it is as long as it has internet access. So we could, if we wanted to, expand it to the Globe Public Library, but they already have an existing system, I believe, through the county.
And Adria says she's just happy she doesn't have to learn a new phone system.
And we'll be able to keep the same numbers for City Hall and what have you.
Yeah, when we did the PD, there's essentially paperwork that has to be filed between the current provider and Crescendo. Crescendo takes control of those phones. It's like when you buy a new car and you switch the license plate over. Same sort of thing.
Thank you. If we were to have to replace the phone, say it broke or whatever, how much would each one of those cost? Or is that covered under a warranty?
I believe there's going to be a warranty. I guess it depends on if it's breakage due to a malfunction or if someone yanks it out of the wall and throws it on the ground, like some people are known to do. I'm not certain that would be covered, but yes, all the devices are do come with a hardware warranty. Yes. I believe the desk phone that we have in front of Shelly, I believe those are $200 a piece. We'll also be buying some larger conference room phones for conference room here and one for this room, as well as one for police department, fire, and public works to have a conference room style. Those are a little bit more expensive. I believe those are about $500 a piece, which is a standard price range for the large conference phones.
Flyer says lifetime warranty. Well, it doesn't say that. It just says lifetime warranty.
If it works okay, it won't get thrown on the floor. But I have one in my little cubie back there that did not work well, and it was removed promptly.
Okay, any further questions? Have a motion?
A motion to approve.
Somebody make a motion?
You did. I'll second.
Oh, okay.
Somebody's heading for the barn.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor signify aye.
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 Any opposed, say nay. Any abstaining? Motion passes.
Thank you.
Okay, next on the agenda is the second call to the public. Do we have any? Oh, we do.
We have one more
Okay.
comment from Marshall Scammell. She's commenting on the probationary. She says, is it not true that the state of Arizona is a right to work state? And it does not matter how long a probation is, 2 weeks, 1 month, 1 year, even afterwards when things are working out, one can be let go without a reason for being terminated. Am I understanding the state correctly? I had a few friends who lost their jobs, whether county or state level or any other level. I was once told a reason is not needed or explanation, so no one knows where they went wrong. Is county and city different then? Did they change? Marshall.
Yeah, and I can call her and straighten her out.
Want to do that, Paul?
Okay.
You can take care of that with the other three.
Yeah, we can, because we can't respond to that.
Right.
But I can share with her. I can answer those questions. Now, but Shelly, it looks like there's 3. Am I? So there's.
Okay.
Who?
Yeah. So we have one. We have a Brass Hat, which I
That's
believe
her
is Joe
husband.
Scammell. Yeah.
That's Joe. That's Joe Scammell.
And he's also speaking to the same item. He says, number 1, probation should be different for new hires versus existing employees. Promotion, whether it is 12 months, 6 months, or 6 months, 3 months. 2, a good supervisor should document all employment conversations, actions for each employee as soon as they As soon as the action conversation is completed, it appears the conversation that some supervisors have not been informed of this facet of their supervisory responsibility. Number 3, clear, concise expectations of anyone who is under probation should be written and agreed upon by both parties. If the probationary goals are not documented, then there is no requirement to meet those goals.
I can respond to that. And then I think there's still one more from Scammell.
Yes, Marcia Scammell writes, I am appalled that the city manager, Paul Jepson, is not getting any respect whatsoever from certain members of council. You all need to cool down and apologize to him. Discuss things like adults, not like romper room. All I see is people wanting to talk over each other. I sit here now wondering what is happening with all of you. Enough already. I look forward to these meetings. After tonight, I'm turned off. Period, and disappointed. Marcia.
And no comment on that. I can reach out to her and see if she has any comments. I think that one's doesn't need a phone call back.
Okay. That's it?
Yes, sir. Vice
Do
Mayor.
we have any scheduling?
No.
Scheduling of meetings? No?
Nope. Nothing new on meetings, but I think we're back to normal cycle.
Future agenda items?
Does anybody want to add anything on to future agendas?
Good. Fernando, you're good?
I'm good.
How about you, Mayor?
Good.
Okay. Executive session? There isn't one?
And we have no list of the executive sessions.
Okay. Then do we have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second.
So I have a motion and a second to adjourn. All in favor signify aye.
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 Any opposed say nay. Any abstaining? Motion passes.